Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink, and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life stuff.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying,
Hey, man.
We are happy you are here, and we've got a lot to talk about, Mike. Braves are playing. We're going to keep you updated throughout the course of the afternoon. We'll talk to Grant later on. Hopefully we finish this series and walk out of Pittsburgh with another dub. But last night, after being so good in his return start, Max Fried looked like the other guys on this staff last night, Mike. Right. He looked normal, average, to say the least. And, you know, if it wasn't for Michael Harris and his savvy base running, I don't know if we win last night. Ronald Acuna had 3 hits. But I was just thinking about how happy we were when we saw Fried against the Cubs. And then last night, I'm like, well, where's that Fried?
Yeah, I will say this, though, in his defense. It was kind of like, you know, had he lost the game, it would have been death by 1,000 cuts. Because nothing was really hit hard. Arcia double clutches a ball that should have been an out, which would have cut that inning in half, and you would have only given up 2 runs. But, yeah, it was just, you know, they were kind of hitting them where they weren't. They were just little bleeders. They were just like little nubbers. They were just little doinks, Carl, that just seemed to, you know, find their way. And then there was one clean hit, which scored those last 2 runs. But, yeah, he was not as crisp as you'd like. The good news is the Braves just do what they do, and they just keep on battling. And by the way, that's a mistake from a young ball club, a second baseman saying, I got this, when the center fielder comes in. He's got the angle and everything in short right field. But thank you very much. I loved it, man. You heard your third base coach. You know, he's like, no. No, man, no way. And we knew that he did not leave the base early, Michael Money Harris, and I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, big moment.
It was a big moment. How nervous were you, though, with Iglesias? How nervous?
Very nervous. I'm always nervous with the guy's only blown 2 saves, and I'm still nervous.
Big Bo shaking his head in there. You weren't nervous.
He gets the job done. Look, I'm telling you right now, Josh Hader has outings like that.
I know.
You know.
No, again, we've done the math on this. We've been belly aching about this for 3 years now.
He hit 97.
Will Smith, Kenley Jansen, and Iglesias, but Iglesias does throw with more velocity. But he
gives up 2 singles, right, with 2 outs. That always makes me nervous.
Correct.
All right,
especially in a 1-run game.
Yes. 2 outs. And 2 singles always make me nervous when you've got guys on. But, yes, he strikes out, Henry Davis to get his 22nd save. And here's the deal. Guys, he's going to have 30-plus saves. When it's all said and done, we're going to look at this thing, Mike, and he'll have 35 saves at the end of the year.
Now, I think Frenchie brought up on the broadcast last night in the 7th or 8th inning, would we see Jimenez instead of Iglesias, since Iglesias had closed the first 2 games or pitched in the first 2? So, I mean, I was, I don't know, Jimenez okay, but they go with Iglesias, and he gets it done, and he'll definitely have today off. But, yeah, that was a touch and go. But when you look at the numbers and you extrapolate it over the course of the season, I guess all closers, including elite, if you want to consider him elite based on just blowing 2 saves, is pretty good. It just makes you nervous.
Yeah, and again, every situation is different, but he worked himself out of it, and the good news is Braves win. Fried 4 runs, 4 innings of work last night. He gave up 6 hits, but the moment was Michael Harris racing home on Austin Riley's fly in the shallow right, and then it gets challenged. And this was the right call, by the way, by Snicker. Paying attention, obviously, everybody's in his ear. He's asking Money Harris, did you leave early? Harris says no. Here is what Michael Harris said he saw before the tag up.
So I was seeing if the second baseman would get it or if Davis would get it in right. So once I seen Triolo was getting it and he was, I guess, going backwards still, I took the chance and tried to take the lead.
And Ron Washington was right there. Wash, of course, was adamant that he did not leave early. And then, by the way, great job from Bally Sports to almost immediately cut to the simultaneous play of the foot on the bag and the catch in right field.
Yeah, and that, I mean, for us, we saw it, right, like that, immediately. Right. Now, they got to review it and do all those things. Here's Harris talking about what Ron Rivera told him before.
Ron Washington. Yeah.
Ron Washington, excuse me, what he told him before he headed to home.
So first he was telling me to tag, and then you see, I guess the tag's up, and in my head I'm like, nah, I'm trying to win this game, so I'm getting to the plate, and I seen who got it, so I knew in the situation I had to hurry up and get down there.
That's one way to put it. I wish I could hurry up like that.
I wish I could run like these guys, Mike. But here's the deal: fundamental baseball.
Right.
This is what wins games. You just talked about their, mistake.
Right.
And
outfielder coming in's got the momentum. The second baseman going backwards does not have momentum. That's physics.
Those things win you games. Right. Fundamental baseball matters. I mean, you think because we're in the big leagues or we're watching these guys and it all comes simple. You still have to communicate, right? Whether it's Ron Washington or Michael Money Harris, you still have to know game situation. How many outs? Where are we at? What's the situation, Mike? And a lot of times guys they let this go by, and it ends up losing a game or two for them, and that's what comes back to bite you.
Yeah, and that's why you shouldn't be monkeying around with these guys, but that's why you play the games. Everything's been nip-tuck, and it's another close one this afternoon on Getaway Day. Then they got a doubleheader with the Mets and all sorts of stuff going on this weekend. But, they're just doing their thing. They're grinding. They're winning despite the fact pitching has been this trip has been brutal.
Yeah. It's a good win. We'll see what happens today. Currently, Braves up 4-3. We'll keep you updated on everything that goes on. But last night was just interesting because it had some interesting plays and interesting things that happened in the game. Elder today will say this. I was hoping he'd come out and just and be on fire. That's not necessarily what has happened. No. And it just makes me wonder, Mike, whatever he had in the first half of the gone.
Well, two things. Do you feel that the people are getting the book on Elder now? They've had a full sample size, and he did make the All-Star team, and he's been like as good as Kyle Wright as kind of being the backstop guy anytime there's struggles. But now he's wobbling, and as we know, he's kind of like a poor man's Greg Maddux in the sense that he's around the zone, but he doesn't obviously have the stuff. Maddux is a Hall of Famer, and he doesn't have that kind of ability just yet to locate. So when it's up in the zone, it's eminently hittable. And the other thing with Elder, and some of this isn't his fault. Some of these games, there's been errors. And again, you got to play good defense when a pitcher's pitching to contact.
Yeah,
but today, it's another example of.
But I'm just looking
at trusting him.
I'm looking at the last 5 days. Right. Okay, last 5 days. Go back to the Cubs series, right? And I'm specifically talking about starting pitching, where 3 of your starters gave you less than 4 innings, and then you talk about what happened last night. So now, this starts to mount. And here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm not worried, but it's not trending in the right direction. When you talk about how we're trending, right? This is why June was so amazing. Oh, we're just winning like 25-5. We were trending in the right direction. Right now, this starting pitching, all the guys in the rotation are not trending in the right direction. Does that mean it won't change, Mike? Does it mean that things won't turn? It will. Hopefully it will. But that's what concerns me right now. And it's not just one guy. If it was one guy who was running out there every 5th day, it's bad, you'd say, okay, it's only him. It's everybody right now.
Well, today it's just frustrating because the Braves spot Elder a 4-0 lead. And then in the bottom of the 3rd, he hits a guy. He is a single.
To them again.
And again, if this doesn't improve, you will have Max Fried, again, knock wood, right, Strider, Elder. The 3 of those guys will be your starters. Exactly, lighten things up of late. I'm not being prisoner of the moment, guys, but what numbers are you going by? What are you looking at? The team is not the same team. Like, they played an amazing clip. All I'm saying is you should have had an insurance policy so we're not worried about this stuff when we get to October. That's it.
Yeah, we're worried, though. I think we're going to be, or at least concerned. I don't know if we're worried, but with our lead, it gives us some leeway. 404-726-0929. You can watch us on YouTube, guys, at 929 The Game, on Twitch at TV/ATL929 The Game on Twitch, guys. You can check us out there. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929, and follow this radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with the Braves, but that's kind of where we are, coming off of last night, talking about today, and just how we feel. Last night, it was a good win because those breaks went your way. And again, kudos to Harris for smart base running. Coming up, we'll hit some headlines. Also, we got some football tonight, Mike. Preseason officially starting after the Hall of Fame game last week.
Yeah, buddy. And we're going to talk later, as Carl mentioned, to some of the national media, an actual guy from NFL Network who thought we looked pretty good. Matter of fact, a bunch of people thought the Falcons looked pretty good Tuesday and Wednesday down there in South Florida against the Dolphins.
25 minutes from now, Tony Gwynn Jr. will join us, MLB Insider. We'll get his thoughts on the Braves and much more. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
We're gonna get growing. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Mike, the ACC, the presidents, chancellors apparently met. Nothing happened, by the way, with all this conversation this week about them potentially adding Cal or Stanford, but it gets stalled. And partly because, let's be honest, I think there are some members of the ACC, Mike, that they don't necessarily care about adding Cal or Stanford.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Notre Dame was putting their 2 cents worth in. It's like, why don't you join the conference? Oh, that's right. You still got 2 more years with NBC. But yeah, and NBC, they may or may not give Notre Dame the money they want in 2 seasons. But right now, the fact that Notre Dame is like, you remember, they're every sport, but the one that matters most is football.
Right.
And which they just play the 4 games. I think they start this year at NC State. But yeah, the idea that they're telling, well, if we were involved, I'd like you guys to talk to Cal and Stanford. Well, big whoop. Cal and Stanford have no intrinsic value for the ACC unless, let's be honest. You know what nobody's talking about also with the Pac-12? Nobody on the West Coast cares about football like we care about football on this side of the Brazos. I won't say Mississippi because I know they care about football in Texas. But that's just it. Nobody cares about it out there. It's just different. And what would that do for the ACC other than increase your travel costs? Not like ESPN's going to give you gobs of money to add that to your package, right?
No. And here's the deal with the Pac-12. And I just bring this up because Chip Kelly had an interesting comment, and we'll let you hear it, part of our headlines coming up. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We talk about the academics, right? The Pac-12 has always fancied themselves as, the academia of college football. And I get
Big Ten does it too, to a degree.
They absolutely do. We talked about it the other day. Wisconsin, Northwestern, there's some schools that are very difficult, Ivy League type schools academically, they feel like, they're on par with. But, Mike, when football pays the bills, and you don't embrace that, which they didn't. And there was a story out that literally last week, there was about a 12-hour period where all these schools were in line and they were $20 million. It'll keep the conference together. And then Oregon and Washington were like, we're out. And once that happened, it was a wrap. And you were talking about 12 hours from it looked like the Pac-12 was going to survive to now they're Pac-4. They've got 4 schools who don't know what they're going to do. And all I'm saying is the academia part of this, you got to do what pays the bills. And I don't think they understood the ramifications of this lackadaisical kind of attitude that they took while these other conferences, including the SEC and the Big Ten and even the Big 12, who now has a hand up on these guys, were all in on, hey, we're going to survive with football. It pays the bills. And the Pac-12 was like $20 million. Everybody laughed at that. So I'm just saying, after they met, I don't even know if this is going to happen now. I don't know if this is going to happen.
There's no value. There's nothing there. At the end of the day, it just doesn't help you. You're not going to get a new TV pack. SMU. I kind of understand SMU because it gets you into Texas, gets you into the Dallas-Fort Worth market.
Get you $30 more million.
No, and SMU is not Texas. SMU is not. It's not even Baylor at this stage.
You're right.
So that's. I just don't know why the ACC would be doing that, and let alone giving 2 cents, 2 flips what Notre Dame says they might want them to do. Yeah, that article in The Athletic is pretty interesting. Sort of the minute by minute. They do the 96 hours that came out this week and tells you everything that went down and how Colorado really kind of freaked everybody out. And then for a minute there.
But everybody knew they were going to leave. That's what makes it like, what are you guys doing? Are you not paying attention? This is what I'm saying.
Right.
It's almost as if they're like, well, no big deal. We're not worried about it. And then you're falling apart.
Yeah, and then, the fact that, if you're Washington and Oregon, they were cutting their own deal. And for a minute, Pac-12 thought there was going to be a reprieve and they were going to stick. And then, nope, 7 a.m., we're out. It is a great timeline. If I don't, Athletic obviously it's pay for play, but it's a really cool article that breaks down basically how everything kind of went down Wednesday through, I guess, Saturday last week.
All right, guys, more to get to, including Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to join us in about 10 minutes here. Big Bo behind the glass. He is our engineer. Turtle, our executive producer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Last night it was Michael Money Harris. Let us hear how it sounded on Bally Sports.
Shallow, it's going to be Triolo. Well, they will try and score. Triolo's throw is not in time. Harris flies home. Appeal at third. Out at third, he left early. Snitker will challenge.
The call on the field is overturned. The runner tagged up properly.
Yes, he did. Braves win 6-5 as we speak right now. Business person special. It's a getaway day, guys, for the Braves as they'll head to New York after today. They're in Pittsburgh 4-3, Mike, but he's done for the day.
Yeah, I mean, you can never have too much pitching. And look, we've asked about Elder and what exactly can Rick Kranitz do to kind of get him back to the form he was showing, which made him an all-star. He hasn't been the same guy in now 4 of his last 5 starts. So I'm not spitting hate, I'm spitting facts. But the good news is the bats are still doing what they're doing. But they spotted you you're not supposed to blow a 4-run lead on getaway day in Pittsburgh. That's a problem.
5 innings, 6 hits for Elder. He's out, by the way. 3 earned runs.
Make that 4.
He did walk a couple of guys as well. So it's Jimenez in now. We'll keep you updated as we continue along. Mike, Ron Rivera admitting he put his foot in his mouth about Eric Bieniemy. Some people saying this is causing tension. We're 2 weeks into camp. I mean, wait, they hadn't even played their first preseason game. Listen.
We talked about it, and it was just, I basically told him, I put my foot in my mouth. I think what I said wasn't as clear as it needed to be. And I think the understanding of it is just the fact that I think everybody's making, in my opinion, a little bit more than needs to be made of this. Because, again, the results are what you're looking for on the field. And so far, the last couple of days have been outstanding. I think Eric has done a great job of communicating his message.
Did he read everything that was on the page? Because that was pre-written for Ron Rivera, by the way, saying he stuck his foot in his mouth. He literally is looking down at his notes to make sure that he gets all the verbiage out, Mike, that he needs to make sure that everybody knows he's screwed up.
Yeah, I mean, you started this. It's the same thing that happened with Sean McDermott when he was asked about what was going down with his star wide receiver, right? With Diggs. Oh, yeah, we had some issues, but we're working it. What, you had issues? You're working it out. What does that mean? Ron Rivera started this whole thing. And the thing that's crazy about Ron is he should know better. I mean, he's been in the NFL as a coach for years and years, and he's been a player, so why would you do this? And it just makes your guys look soft, and it makes Bieniemy look like he's on the hot seat.
Yeah, it does. By the way, Eric Bieniemy's title there is OC/assistant head coach.
Right.
I don't know if he would get the job if Ron Rivera got fired during the season, guys, because he's got to win. I mean, they got a new ownership group. Josh Harris is coming in. They're evaluating everything. So we're going to see. But, Rivera backstepping a little bit in that. Hey, as we talk about college football, Mike, listen to Chip Kelly talk about making all schools independent in football.
Notre Dame is an independent in football, but they're in a conference for everything else. Why aren't we all independent for football? And take the 64 teams in Power 5, make that one division. Take the 64 teams in Cooper 5, make that another division. We play for a championship. They play for a championship. No one else gets affected. Our sport's different than everybody else. We only play once a week. Travel's not a big deal for football, but it is a big deal for other sports.
You know what? I've been saying this now. How long? Since I've been working with you. Let's have the Power 65 or whatever you want to call it, top 75. I love it. It makes perfect sense. And then for the sports that only family and friends show up, knock yourself out. And you can have your own conference affiliation. The regional aspect of it could have remained in place or can. But for football, he's perfectly on point. There's 50 teams worth of damn in America, and the rest don't matter. So let's create a super league and get to it. It's perfect. It makes perfect sense from Chip Kelly.
I will say this, and having done a lot of college basketball over the years, he's right. College basketball teams are on the road half the week. Right. Okay? You're playing twice, in some cases 3 times a week. You know what else you're doing that week? You're traveling on the days that you're not playing. That week is gone. That's why when we talk about academics and having, guys studying on the road and all this stuff, if you go on a 2-week trip, Mike, where you got to go, and let's just say we're using, the Big Ten as an example, right, and it's Wisconsin basketball. And they've got to go play Penn State, and then from Penn State, they got to go out and play USC next year, okay? And while they're out there, they're going to play UCLA, which gives you extra time on the road because you don't want to come back.
Right.
They're on the road for almost 2 weeks. He's right about that. For football, it's different.
But that's why, for years I've been saying to the guys, so how would it work? He just laid it out. You basically have your big boy football, and you're free to schedule whoever you want. Right,
everybody's independent,
right? And you keep you have a rivalry that goes if it's Georgia and Georgia Tech or Florida State, playing. Clemson, South Carolina, keep playing it.
Yep.
Make your own schedule, and then we'll have a committee or whoever will still base on the strength of schedule. It's not that complicated. The NCAA, people still don't believe me when I say this. You can look it up. Nowhere on the college football trophy that they give out for the playoff does it say NCAA, nor did it say it on the Crystal Football. There's nothing to do with it. So why even bothering? Basically, tell NCAA, you don't even matter anymore. We're ignoring you. and we're going to create our own Super 50 or Super 65.
Yeah, Chip Kelly makes sense. You may not like it. It's different.
Right.
It's change again. But this is where I think we're going to end up.
Right.
I really do. And for those of you who say, well, wait a minute, if we're Georgia, for example, we're an independent. Mike just said it. It doesn't mean that you don't play the schools that you've traditionally played over the years. It just simply means that now this is how we group you. Group of 5, Power 5. 404-726-0929. Something that we were talking about, and we put it out there on social media at Dukes and Bell 929, because now I'm starting to wonder. And it's got me thinking about where we are. Now, this is a great problem to have for the Braves. Right? I just want you to think about this, all right? Matt Olson hit his 40th home run today. Who's the National League MVP? Is it Ronald Acuna? Or is it Matt Olson? Now, for the Braves, you've got two guys that could arguably maybe split the award. I don't know. But if you had to choose one, right now, I got to tell you, it's tough. And even with the projected numbers that Acuna has, when you talk about 35 home runs and 77 stolen bases by the end of the season, and I'm Acuna for life.
Right.
I cannot ignore, Mike, what this guy is doing. And this is a career year for home runs already, and we're not even close to being done. How many home runs is Olsen going to have, guys? So I think we've got two legitimate MVP candidates. We're asking you at Dukes and Bell 929, who should be the MVP? Is it Acuna or is it Olsen?
I mean, if Olsen keeps it up for 275, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the average, there's not as much about that like it used to matter. OPS, on base plus slugging is kind of like the new metric. But Ronald, I mean, if he's going to have someone like 70 stolen bases and bats 340, it's a great conversation to have. Just like a couple years back when you had Freddie Freeman and Ozuna neck and neck in the 60-game season.
Yeah, and you guys can vote. A lot of guys saying, wait a minute, can't we split this thing, co-MVPs? Hey, wouldn't that be something to have on the same team? I'm not telling you it's not possible. I just think this is a hard choice right now, if you're asking me. Season's far from being over, but both of these guys are on a record-setting pace when you talk about these milestones, career-wise, and what Acuna may do and what Olsen may do. All right, coming up, Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to join us, MLB insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball with John Heyman. We'll talk to him about all things baseball, including Michael Lorenzen throws a no-hitter. Mike mentioned this. This was a guy that was available.
Yep.
And, well, he went there. He didn't come here.
But again, Braves fans, who would want a guy that throws a no-hitter? When you have a chorizo to roll out.
Tony Gwynn Jr. next.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Check us out on YouTube at 929 The Game. Hi, we're Dukes and Bell. Twitch .tv/ATL929 The Game. You can watch us there as well, guys. Interact with us. Many ways to get at us on this show. We want to welcome into the program, friend of the show. We love talking with Tony Gwynn Jr. He is Odyssey MLB Insider. He does a podcast called Big Time Baseball with John Heyman covering all things MLB. Tony, good to have you back on the show, man. Mike and I were talking about this Michael Lorenzen no-hitter. It's the 14th no-hitter in Phillies history. And, you know, he's 31. He struck out 5, walked 4, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is he's in the record books. And it got us thinking about, you know, we don't see a lot of these, obviously. Guys just don't pitch deep into games anymore. And then when they do, teams get very cautious about, oh, we need to watch out for his health. And so even when a guy's having a great game in a potential no-hitter situation, we've seen guys pulled, right?
Oh, yeah. We've seen it happen with the Dodgers a few times. I recalled Ross Stripling had a no-no in San Francisco, and they pulled him. And I think in today's game, everything has to line up perfectly, right? Not a lot of stress pitches. That's a big thing. Pitch count has to be at the right number. You have to be far enough into your no-hitter to even get consideration. Now, there are a few managers out there, and I would say Rob Thompson's probably one of them, that will let you get into as many pitches as Lorenzen got into yesterday. But I think teams just view it as too much risk, whereas those of us who are watching, that's what we tune in to see. And so it was great to see Lorenzen be able to pull that off yesterday, and it helped. And I think it's even a better story that in his first start at home, second start with the team after the trade, it's just good for baseball.
By the way, 4 in the majors this season, if you're wondering. So, you know, as much as we say it doesn't happen as frequently as you might think. There are 4 in the majors. And the longest active streak without being no-hit, you got to go back to the Nationals. 99, their opponent was the Yankees. Angels in 99, Twins were their opponent. Royals in 2008, and then White Sox in 2011, which so this streak, you know, you talk about before Wednesday, the longest active streaks of being no-hit. It's just all interesting. I mean, this is what makes baseball fun and interesting. Tony Gwynn Jr., our guest.
Yeah, Tony, we were talking about it because, you know, Lorenzen's a guy, the ask wasn't that rich, and we just thought, yeah, we're betting on players returning from injury, and we've been banging the drum. Let's stack the deck. The Braves have got the money, so let's go in and have some insurance policies just in case some of our pitching doesn't hold up, because last year we ran out. But what do you make of the Braves? We're about 500 since the All-Star break. Obviously, we're never going to be able to keep up that pace. But what do you make of us right now? We're kind of like a little funky.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the dog days of August. I mean, it's just we've been playing baseball at that high a level. It's really difficult to maintain that level of play for a long period of time. And so I'm not surprised at all that they have played 500 baseball after the break. I also won't be surprised if they get going on another little run here. And it's just, bottom line is, it's a really well put together roster with a ton of talent mixed with, young, really young, kind of young, and, you know, relatively, I wouldn't even call them old. They don't have an old roster. And so this team is really the creme de la creme of Major League Baseball right now. And, you know, the question will be, once they get to the finish line and the race starts over again, can they get back to that level?
Tony, the O's, biggest surprise of the season? I mean, they are now in first place in the American League. Let's not forget, Tampa started out 13 or 14-0, was running through everybody. That division is so difficult. Yankees are 11 and a half games back. Are they the biggest and most surprising story for you?
I guess surprising from the standpoint of winning at this level. I mean, they're 26 games over 500 right now. But this is also a team that was in the thick of it for a long period of time up until the end in the wild card last year. So, I mean, in terms of the level that they're playing at, yeah, I would say it's probably the biggest surprise. I think we take for granted, though, but Texas is probably just as big of a surprise, right? I mean, look where they came from, last year, and now they're heading at a tough American League West Division. So certainly Baltimore is, I think, one of the better stories. I mean, you could also throw the Giants in there. They're playing at a well above 500 clip, 9 games above 500 clip. That's not a team I expected to be where they are at all. So there's been quite a few surprises, but in terms of that level of play, yeah, the Baltimore Orioles are probably the biggest surprise.
It's our man on the West Coast, Tony Gwynn, with us here on the waitfor.com hotline. It seems like almost every year the Braves have made the playoffs. Every other year, the Dodgers are the boogeyman. We got to get past the Dodgers. Their pitching hasn't been as crisp this year, but with the moves they made and getting Kershaw back, you still saying watch out for the Dodgers or not?
Yeah, you always got to watch out for the Dodgers. I mean, Braves, Dodgers, they're kind of cut from the same cloth, right? They've built up their organization value in young, talented players, and then they develop. They probably the two teams that do it the best in all of baseball. And then you make some smart moves on in terms of trades and free agency. Dodgers, Braves, we're always talking about these two teams. As you said, they basically have alternated who was the favorite over the last couple of years. That being said, you definitely got to worry about it. Not only did they make some good moves to add to their team, bringing in Joe Kelly and likes of that, but you also got Walker Buehler, who's probably going to be pitching come September. And so, that's basically a deadline piece that you get to add to your roster, even if he's limited. That's the type of arm that you just don't find.
Tony, we just saw the Cubs. You buying them? I just saw something where Javier Assad apparently is going to take Smiley's spot in the rotation. They were better than what I thought they'd be when they played us. They won that series, and then David Ross is trying to, get these guys going. Are you buying the Cubs?
I am, man. There's been I know Marcus Stroman's been saying it from day one. I do know, having been on a team that's very similar, when you get a bunch of dudes in the locker room that start to believe and are pulling in the same direction, it's a very, very powerful thing. And at this point in the year, because they got off to a surprising start on a positive note, but then they fell. And the fact that they've been able to kind of pull themselves back up and get themselves, smack dab in the race, the moves to start their rebuild process, if you will, they're buying in. And so I think that only emboldens that belief in that locker room. So, yeah, I am buying it. We've seen them twice, and each time they've been impressive.
It is our man, Tony Gwynn Jr. Who's your MVP in the NL? We got two guys, because right now we got a dude who's up there with Shohei Ohtani for RBIs and Matt Olson, and Acuna's having one for the ages, man. Stolen bases, just making things happen at the top of the lineup.
Yeah, with all due respect to everybody else in the race, I think this is Acuna's to lose at this point. Best team, best overall numbers in the National League. He's doing something. He's going to be in a class by himself here shortly. There's the year he's put together. And now the caveat is he's got to finish, because you never know. In the next 2 months, if he goes cold and, some of the other guys start to get hot, it could change the narrative, which a lot of times ends up changing votes. And so I think right now, though, it's hard to pick anybody else ahead of Ronald Acuna Jr.
Acuna for life. Hey, it's Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. That's just my phrase, man. Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn. All right, as we talk about, I just want to mention this too. With the injury to Judge, did it mean that much? Is he that much of a part of that lineup that they just fell apart, or were they not constructed the right way? Because I think there are going to be major changes in the offseason with the Yankees. I'm just curious to know what you think about that.
I just think they're banged up. Every year this team, with I guess not even the exception, because they were banged up a little bit last year. Judge just stayed healthy for all year last year. This has been something that's plagued this ball club, one way or the other. And whether it's having older players, whatever it is, they haven't been able to stay healthy. And so now all of a sudden you lose the MVP of last season in the middle of your lineup. That's going to have an impact. Stanton, I know he got a lot of grief for, not looking like he was trying the other day, but
yeah.
I have to believe that he's not 100% healthy. I don't see guys just taking jogs like that in the big leagues unless, they're not 100% healthy. And I think the team knows that, which is why it wasn't a big deal to them. So you got a bunch of guys who, all right, Rizzo's out. I mean, you just got too many injuries to make up. And I think that's also why Cashman didn't make any moves at the break. It's like, I don't know what our health is going to be at this point. Even if I go make moves, that's not necessarily going to put us in a spot where we can be competitive at the level we expect to be.
It is our man, Tony Gwynn Jr. Tony, whether it was you or your dad's era, I don't know, man. When I went to the ballpark, the umpire was like a cigar store Indian. With the exception of a few, they just sit there, they took the abuse, and they really weren't the show. I just feel we got an entire generation of guys from, C.B. Buckner to Angel Hernandez to Laz Diaz who shave their arms, get the Bowflex out, and then think they're the show. I mean, and bottom line is the strike zone is all over the place. I mean, our umps a problem these days, my man.
There are certainly umpires out there that I don't think do a good job of de-escalating situations. Right. But, I'll defend them a little bit on this. There are a lot of really, really good umpires that handle it the right way. Yesterday against the Mariners, Padres-Mariners, you had a situation where you got a veteran umpire who is being reamed over a balls and strike calls, which is probably the one call that you don't get to argue about.
Right.
And I think he recognized the frustration. He didn't say a word. I don't even know if he looked in his direction. I won't give his name because I don't want to get him in trouble. But he just did it. That is how you are supposed to handle it. And you're right. And I think the other issue is that there's so many young umpires in the game. I know you mentioned some of the veterans in CB and Angel. And they may be outliers in that. And I think as players, you have to know who you can take it, how far you can take it with certain umpires. You have to get to, and that's part of your job as a ball player, is get to know these umpires on a level that you know where you can push the line and where you can't. Buckner, Angel, those guys, I mean, CB's going to give you a little leeway, but not much. Angel's probably not going to give you nothing. He literally gets talked about when he's not umpiring the game. So I would imagine he's sensitive a little bit to that. And, there's certain guys you're not going to get. Hunter Wendelstedt is another good one who tends to allow a player to kind of get his emotion out without taking it personal. I mean, there are some good ones out there, but I think ultimately overall they do a pretty good job. I know sometimes you get a tough series in a row where, it's you're not quite getting the level that you would like to see as a fan, but it's been like that for years. You used to have far less, I think, from the others. There were certain guys that could say things. There were the young guys who couldn't say anything. I think at this point, you get a lot of young guys who come to the league who are given a way more leeway than they were when I came in. So.
Bring on the robots, Tony.
Right.
Tony, we appreciate you, man. Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. He is also the host with John Heyman. Guys, Big Time Baseball. Check it out and make sure you check them out. Tony, man, always appreciate you, brother. Be safe.
You guys have a good weekend.
You too, man.
Guys, coming up, we got more to get to. Football is here. We know that. Falcons getting ready to take on the Dolphins in their first preseason game tomorrow, Mike. But what did Aaron Rodgers say about Bryce Young? Because those two teams were practicing. We're going to give you the latest coming up on our NFL Blitz next.
Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Mike Bell, I'm frustrated, bro. I'm frustrated.
Lay it on me, man.
I'm frustrated with this bullpen. I mean, I'm frustrated because we had a lead. Now we don't have the lead. Brad Hand came in. He was not good. Braves right now down 7-4. And bottom line is, Mike's been talking about this starting pitching. And I got to tell you guys, you want to drive Mike Bell crazy? Tweet at him and say something silly, which a lot of people have when it comes to the Braves, because I know a lot of people don't either feel what you're saying or necessarily get where we're coming from on this. It's just not that hard, guys. And the bottom line for me right now is our starters, okay, whether it be Elder, Strider didn't start well the other night, whether it's Morton or you just saw Freed. Everybody's going through a rut right now. So you've got to have your bullpen step up when your starters don't go, and give you quality starts. Today, Elder gave you 5 innings. We've scored 4 runs, which, is probably below the average. But, Mike, the bullpen's got to step up when your starters are not getting it done. And this is what we said. I told you guys, all right, before the trade deadline, we got to improve this bullpen. So he goes out, he gets Brad Hand. We add a couple of pieces, but it just hasn't improved in my eyes. And I know it's the Pirates and it's one game, but all I'm saying is this thing is not trending the way I want it to.
No, and I wish I could live in some of the world that some of these sports fans in our town live in. To criticize and to question something that's not working does not make you a bad fan. To sit there and blindly, everything is fine, it will be okay. You're an idiot. I can't live in that world, Carl. I can't. God gave me a brain, and the brain, it's not like I'm a doubting Thomas. I'm just saying, here's something that looks like an issue. Because what happened in 20? We ran out of pitching. What happened last year? We ran out of pitching. And Mark Bowman just flashed the stat. Since the All-Star break, we have the worst ERA of any starting pitching rotation in Major League Baseball.
What?
So
We just have to be more aware.
So the thing is, and I'll just, and this is the last time I'll say it for this hour.
I was going to say, don't say that because you'll say it again.
No, I've said this 5,000 times on Twitter. What was the problem in having an insurance policy and to spend a little bit more money? And look, I don't know if I'm not going to go down the road of the conspiracy theorists who are trying to get me fired up to say it. Say it. No. The Braves are spending good money. They've invested. We're going to be top 5 in payroll in the next few years. But I don't think Terry McGurk is not letting Alex go and spend the money he needs to. I certainly can't believe that would be the case with the money that's rolling in at Truist Park. But here's the deal. We are short on starting pitching. And to sit there and tell you, well, Kyle Wright's going to come back and he's going to be great. And Chavez and Dylan Lee, you don't know that. So if you take it back to the trade deadline a few weeks ago and you're going to tell me the best team in baseball, Carl, the strategy should be prayer, hoping, or go make sure you've got the insurance policy and you got somebody who can step up. And you're going to tell me a guy just threw a no-hitter isn't somebody we couldn't have used this season?
Prayer
You're
does
out of
help.
your minds.
Prayer does help.
Yes, it does. But there's no, and I'm praying that our listeners, will get a clue about this subject. But I mean, a wing and a prayer, as opposed to going and making moves that everyone else in hell, the Orioles made a more dramatic move than we did. Think about that. The cheapskate worst owners in baseball made a bigger splash at the trade deadline than we did.
I'm concerned. It's not trending in the right way. By the way, Turtle just told me we are undecided, Braves, for game 2 of that doubleheader on Saturday. So we don't know who's going to start that game, which Mike probably means it's a bullpen game, right? I mean, great. It's somebody, they're going to roll somebody out there Saturday. Doubleheader, remember that game got rained out way back when, and they're going to make it up on Saturday. All right, more on the Braves coming up. It's frustrating. By the way.
You said it. Now you started this.
What?
44 seconds ago, Stuart Crosby. My question would be, who do you get and what would you give up in return? I don't care. I don't freaking care. We're trying to win the World Series. Again. My God. Anybody. Lorenzen, Flaherty, anybody the freaking Dodgers got. Anybody better than a chorizo and somebody from Gwinnett.
That's not his name, Mike.
I mean, I'm banging my head against the microphone. I give up. I give up on you guys. I give up. Don't understand it. Loser mentality. Oh, what were we supposed to do? I don't know, something. I fear change. I don't want to do anything. Alex Theopolis is beyond reproach. He's the best general manager in baseball. We don't debate that. But we didn't do enough at the trade deadline.
Jimmy Dean says, Dukes, I don't follow this baseball as much as I should, but he says this is scary because we're definitely giving up too many runs. I'm not feeling this. That's part of the deal. And when Chris said this, blooper, when Turtle said this a couple of weeks ago, blooper, and you went in on him and retweeted him and had Braves Country go after our man Turtle, and all he said was, you're not going to score 10 runs in the playoffs every game. We've got to have more shutdown pitching. And everybody lost their mind. Blooper, and you too. All right, 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Coming up in 10 minutes.
Why'd you say that? You want to get under my skin? Now they're all going to be tweeting at me.
That's what happens.
You love to see. You love to wind me up and watch me go off on just totally half-cocked.
I'm over here having a cocktail. It's kind of what happens. Hey, coming up in 10 minutes, I got to share something very personal with you guys. Okay? I will do it in 10 minutes. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Tomorrow, Falcons, Dolphins. Pre-game at 5, kicks at 7. Today, guys, after 2 grinding practices with the Dolphins, Falcons did a couple of things. They walked through some stuff, but nothing physical today as they'll play their first preseason game tomorrow. The big question, Mike, is who's playing and how much are they playing tomorrow?
Right.
That's going to be the question that we will examine, certainly going into tomorrow's preseason game. But, you know, for me, a guy asked me, said, so you want to see the starters? He heard us talking yesterday, and he said, you want to see the starters? Today I ran into a guy. And I said, yeah, I want to see the starters. He goes, I don't understand that. Why would you risk injury? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
See, now you're going off.
I said, is that how we're thinking now?
Right.
Like, Ritter needs the work. Drake needs the work. Pitts needs the work. Now, if anybody, if you want to be careful, Pitts is probably the guy coming off the injury. But all these guys need the work. Bijan just got here. You know I love him. Let's work. So I'm not saying they got to play the whole game, Mike, but I don't even know if that's going to be the case tomorrow with Arthur Smith.
Yep. And again, I like Ritter. I still want to see that this guy can do the job. And from what we heard down in Miami, he's looking really good. We didn't get to see it. I'd like to see the rest of the fans that are also on the fence about Ritter get a chance to see what this guy can do against Miami. And I still think he needs to work. But if Arthur feels he proved the things he needed to prove in those 2 practices against the Dolphins, then you might not see him for more than a series or 2. Tops.
Now, second game will be different. We know this because there's only 3 now.
Right.
So I'm assuming, Mike, second game is going to be different against Cincinnati. That'll happen on the 18th. And then you get into the third game. And by the way, to the guy I ran into earlier today, that's when you start saying, I'm not playing guys because we're trying to get ready for the season. I'm not going to risk them. But even then, Mike, they may play a couple of series.
Yeah, there's really no reason for Calais Campbell to be out there, because you know what he's capable of. His resume speaks for itself, and he's been in practice, and he was participating in Miami in the practices. And then you could argue, do you need Jake Matthews out there? Well, I mean, I'd like to see a little continuity between Bergeron, and I know they got Hennessy. The depth chart is kind of like it's a kind of a big fugazi, Carl. I wouldn't read too much into that. But Bergeron, I definitely want to see him get a lot of reps, because there's no substitute for that kind of experience.
There really isn't. It's our NFL Blitz, brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Aaron Rodgers on Bryce Young. Now, here's the deal for all you Jets fans. Sorry, Turtle. Aaron was kind of running for his life against that defense as they scrimmaged yesterday. Reports coming out about the O-line not holding up for Aaron Rodgers. After practice, Aaron said, there's some things we need to work on. He didn't want to make a big deal of it, Mike. They said he could have been sacked probably 4 times. Of course, you're not touching the quarterbacks.
Correct.
And Bryce Young, on the other hand, 2-minute drill, took him 70 yards for a field goal, against that Jets defense. They had all this stuff. You're running situational football, guys. The point is, all this conversation about Aaron Rodgers, the O-line may not be any good.
Yeah, and it is part of the new reality. This is the 3rd year now that we've had these 3 games in the preseason. One of the things that, you do, some guys say, well, why are you putting stock in it? We talk about practice. No, because the NFL has now, this is sort of your de facto 4th week. Adding these kind of in-game scrimmage scenarios, 11 on 11 versus the team you practice with, is a form of, getting guys ready like they would in a preseason game. So that's why
we're talking about practice.
Yeah, but they've only got 3 games to see what these guys can do. And by the way, I was watching a little bit of Hard Knocks again. I went back and watched the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, is Aaron Rodgers the nicest person in the planet who's just misunderstood? Or is this an act? Is Aaron Rodgers, he's like the perfect teammate?
He's happy.
I mean, is he just so incredibly happy to not be in Green Bay? Has he always been like this? And we didn't see it. We've been led to believe he's a prima donna. And I don't know. I got to be honest. I find myself liking Aaron Rodgers every time he's on camera.
No, listen, he's a likable dude. I just think the players know more so than the media because he's been portrayed as a guy that likes psychedelics and likes to go into dark rooms and do weird stuff and date hippies. I mean, that's kind of the perception is, who is this guy? I think players know, and you saw it with Hard Knocks. A couple of guys, and again, his players were pumping him up, but they're like, man, eight's cool, man.
Yeah. No look passes. They did a whole thing on that if you didn't see Hard Knocks already this week. Very fun.
I think he's a good guy, man, deep down. But I think he's happy, Mike. Last few years, I don't think he was happy. That was just, I'm going to get as much money as I can because you guys blinked me off. All right, here's Aaron on Bryce Young.
I like the kid a lot. We share an agent. I love watching him in college. I like his demeanor. I like his movement. I like the way he throws. I trust a guy like Adam. Him and I are good buddies for a long time, and he just raves about him. So I think Carolina's in good hands.
Okay. High praise for Bryce Young. By the way, again, do I need to say it again? We cannot lose week 1. We cannot allow Bryce Young to come in here and ball out.
We're going to play some Arthur Smith for you later, but you talked about it in the show. He's saying that Desmond Ritter's decision-making, because it's an off day today before Friday, but decision-making in some real game scenarios against the Dolphins has been where he wants it to be, and he said he's very impressed by it. So another quarterback making his way in the NFL, Anthony Richardson, to start against the Bills on Sunday for the Colts.
Yeah, I think this is the start of what he's going to be, which is QB number 1. Don't wait. What are you waiting for? There's nothing exciting about the team, and the owner has taken away from everything from a fan standpoint with this conversation about Jonathan Taylor. Start him. Mike, I think this is the right move. And if he is, by the way, ahead of schedule, that's kind of interesting because everybody said it's going to take a year or two before he gets it.
I remember when Dan Reeves finally put Mike Vick in, like late in the season. I was down in Miami. He was back in I think it was the 2001 season. And you saw the skills. It was raw, but you saw it. And it was exciting. And I think Colts fans are going to feel the same way about AR as he gets it together. And I mean, let him get out there and learn. And maybe it's one hot route and pull it down if you don't see it. The kind of way Vic was for much of 2002.
By the way, we do have preseason games tonight. Texans, Patriots, okay? And then you got Vikings, Seahawks. And then tomorrow, a full slate of games, guys. Packers, Bengals, Giants, Lions, our Falcons, obviously, Steelers, Bucks. Even in the Sunday, Mike, we got preseason football. Saturday, you get it. And then Sunday, we got a couple of games. Chiefs, Saints, 49ers, Raiders. So this is the preseason.
Right.
It's here now, and we'll get football in the next few days.
You going to bet it?
No, not preseason. Yeah. Okay. Can't do it. Hey, when we come back, I got to share something very personal with you guys.
You want to bet the unders?
No, not betting preseason. Right. You want to get me in a hole?
Just saying, man. The unders usually the play in the preseason.
I'm going to share something with you guys, and I need your help.
Okay.
We're coming back. It's Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're keeping an eye out on our Braves as they are finishing up a series in Pittsburgh. Mike, as I thought, was calming down in the break, and then somebody set him off with another tweet. So just keep sending them. Mike Bell, ATL.
I am no longer going to complain about the Braves pitching, but I just said to folks back in the day, before the All-Star break, you guys, I kept all the receipts. I've got Twitter. I got it all. Unless you go back and delete it. But I got your name. I got your number. But it's just frustrating because it's a philosophical difference in how we approach rooting for teams. And I said this to you years ago before we even worked together when you were still in Texas. And I said, Atlanta is a very corporate town where a lot of people, not everybody, but there's a good portion of people that will always follow the corporate or the company line.
Yeah.
And will not question it. And will not question the general manager. I've never understood that because everywhere else it's kind of counterintuitive. You always question authority, you always question what's being presented to you, but not here.
I think part of that for the Braves has been, and I do think it's changed, right? Not completely, but I do think it's changed, Mike. But part of that is when the Braves were winning in the 90s, they had to say so.
Right.
They could say whatever they wanted. They could present it however they wanted. Right. And people bought in because they were just winning.
And Sherholtz had I'll never debate Sherholtz's acumen. His record speaks for itself. But there was always that degree of almost like, what? Question the fact we're not winning World Series? Yeah, I mean, we're here to win the World Series. The division titles are nice, but I mean, when teams can come from your division in the wild card and win the World Series, it doesn't even matter.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think that occurred with the Patriots? I'm here to tell you it did. When they started winning, and then they started winning Super Bowls for a 20-year period, whatever they said and whatever came out of Belichick's mouth was gold.
Holy nugget, right?
You just took it, and it didn't matter because the personnel changed and they kept winning. I think the Braves experienced that, but they're the only team in town that experienced it.
Right.
Falcons haven't experienced that. Other teams haven't experienced that. So that's part of the deal. All right, I just got to ask you guys this real quick. I want to bring Big Bo into this. Turtle, I want to ask you, Mike, I want to ask you guys this. Are you emotional guys? When you watch a movie, could it make you cry? Are you an emotional person when it comes to certain things in your life? Bo?
Sure. Yeah.
Easily?
I'm a human being.
Okay.
Not easily, but kind of depends on what it is.
What it is.
Almost got up and left Avengers Endgame after Natasha died.
Tough, right?
Didn't cry, but,
I understand
shed a tear during the Tony Stark daughter stuff.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah. I can relate to that. I'm with you. I'm a Marvel guy.
Father-daughter.
What about Turtle? Turtle, you emotional guy or not at all? You don't cry at anything?
I cry at the opening of a Grand Union.
I cry at the end of Field of Dreams all the time. And I've seen it 5,000 times. And even Dad, you won't have it, because I lost my old man. And when there's a connection, father, son, mother, daughter, whatever in sports. But yeah, Becky just watched, she's up in Buffalo for work. She's coming back. My wife watched Guardians of the Galaxy, the last one.
It's great.
Said she was crying her eyes out.
It's great, by the way. And for everybody who said it was not, you lied. I finally saw it, Mike, and I loved it. And I'm a big Marvel guy, but this last Guardians was unbelievable.
It was. Now, that was polarizing for some of the audience.
Well, yes, because of the content of what they were talking about, all right? But with that said, I loved it. Am I going to cry when my daughter leaves and goes to college?
I think you are.
So next week, it happens for me. Many of you listening, it's happening as we speak. For many of you, over the next few days, it's going to happen where you're going to drop, Big Bo's raising his hand, where you're going to drop off your child and you realize the moment. And, Mike, it's starting to hit me, and I am already starting to become emotional. And I don't understand. It's like I'm in the bathroom the other day, and literally, I look at my phone, bloop, bloop, and it pops up 10 years ago today. And it's my baby girl, and it's me and her, and we're at look at it. And the emotion that's coming out because this drop-off thing. And I'm just wondering, for those of you who went through it or have gone through it, did you cry? Because a lot of guys are telling me, oh, man, you'll be all right. I got to say this. I did this dad thing big time. I spent time. We emotionally connected. I changed diapers. I fed. Mike, I was a dad. I'm not saying that for guys who didn't, but I'm just telling you, there's a different level for guys who may have to work all the time and their wife is the person at home taking care of the child.
You have a connection with Trinity.
There's no doubt. We spent a lot of time. And now I'm just like, oh, crap. And I'm wondering. So this is my therapy. And I'm just asking you guys. A lot of people are like, yeah, it's time. I got to drop them off. And they leave. And they're like, I'm so glad they're out the house. Other people are going to be like not wanting to leave and grasping on. And I don't think that's going to be me. I think I might shed a tear. And is that all right? That's all right, right?
How could that not be all right?
It's all right, right?
Yeah, man. Dude, you're a human being. Dude, I get weepy when the dog looks at me in the window when I leave for work.
I
man.
just,
I mean, come on. It's just, but you got to go. And Trinity, your daughter is a rock star. She's going to kill it in college, but she's a very special kid.
I just think, Mike, some guys are like, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be the macho dude. Like, I'm totally all man. Right. But at the end of the day, that's my baby girl, and I'm like, man, it's hitting me. It's big time.
Especially daddy-daughter stuff.
It's hitting me.
Oh, yeah. More than allowed.
All right.
And that's why they throw those. Why do you think you see those car commercials? It's always the dad dropping the kid off at college. You know what I mean?
It'd be weirder if you didn't cry almost.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
See, that's the other part. Like, you're just, all right, peace.
Right.
See you in a month or two.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Carl's the great Santini. I'll see you at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to share that only because I know a lot of people are going through that. You've either gone through it or maybe you're dealing with it. If it's your first, like this is my first. If it's your fourth, I don't expect you to feel that way. All right, you're dropping your fourth kid off at college. You're like, you probably are the dad that drives off. I think it's just something about that, man. And I don't know, Big Bo, what it is. But I did want to share that because it's already hitting me. And next week, Mike, I may be a wreck. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. Like, next time you guys hear me, I'll be like, you listen to Sports Radio 92.9 again. Because it's hitting me.
You'll be triggered by everything.
Oh, man. All right, 404-726-0929. I want to share that. You guys can hit me up and let me know. Some of you guys are going to say, no. I already hear you. And that's why I brought the crew in because I wanted to get a wide variety of opinions on this. But if everybody in the room is saying, yeah, it's cool, it's human nature to do this, and if you didn't, you'd probably feel like an idiot. Okay, good. Then I feel good about it.
I mean, if you're secure enough in your own,
very much so.
Your confidence, your own masculinity, you can let your armor down for a minute. So guys want to play macho, man. It's cool. And look, there's a time. There's time to throw down, time to whip some ass. There's time to get somebody's face. And it's also the other side of the coin when you have something like you're dealing with, man. And I've heard this from all my buddies. Like, it's funny on Facebook, all my high school buddies going through the same thing right now. Kids going off to college and guys like, I remember when. Yeah, it's human nature.
Well, when we got here, here's the deal for me, too, and it's special because Atlanta's always going to have a special place in our hearts. When we got here, she's in second grade, and it was one of those moves. You guys don't know this. This is a startup, okay? It's different than going to an established place that is making money and that is, well, you don't have to worry, okay? Right. I came here, and we worried about everything because we didn't know what it was going to be 2 or 3 years down the road. Now, we're the number one station, the number one show. We're rolling. We got great shows up and down the lineup. It's a different deal. And so when we got here, Mike, I'm just being real with you guys.
Right.
Second grade, I remember telling my wife, like, well, he may be here 2 years. We'll see. 3 years, maybe. We got to see how this goes. We didn't know where this was going to go. And the company that owned us at the time, by the way, literally was like, when are you going to get this right? There was pressure.
Right.
So, and I'm not saying for us, I'm saying just for the radio station as a whole. So to now have been here over a decade and to have my daughter graduate and now going off to college, it's a big deal, man. And her friend group and all her people are here. So it's cool. And I'm just putting that out there to say, probably going to be a mess next week.
Well, look at the bright side. At least you got a 100,000-watt couch. It's cheaper than therapy.
I do. And that's why I'm bringing it to the people. I'm bringing it to the people.
I think there's one exception.
What's that?
If you and your wife are driving home, and she starts to lose it, and you need to be the rock,
I got to stay strong.
Then you can hold it in.
I got to stay strong.
Then you can hold it in, Carl.
Can I look the other way?
Yeah.
You know how you look at?
Yeah. Pretend to sneeze and get a little sniffle in.
You're looking the other way out the glass. Yeah, I'm fine.
This is a good experience. See, look at the bright side. These are good emotions to have.
Yeah.
Imagine if your kid was an idiot and just going to community college, and he's still living in the basement until he's like 30.
Well, listen, I know, Mike. I just, everybody's situation is different, but that's why I'm saying if your kids are doing whatever they're doing, man, support them. But at the end of the day, it's hard. It's just hard. All right, we got other stuff to get to. I did want to share that, though, and if you have a thought or two, hit me up and put them up, C. Dukes. 404-726-0929.
Big homie says, yes, it's emotional, extremely emotional. My oldest son was something serious. Didn't cry with the drop-off, but when you're home and don't hear dad out of nowhere, he says that's when it hit him hard. So you're going to cry right now just
because when you come home,
right?
What do you do when you have kids? You're like, where's such and such? Right. Like it's the first thing. You're like, oh, you have these habits, and he's right. All right, man. Appreciate it, big homie. Thanks for hitting us up. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. Mike, we will continue to talk about what's going on with our Braves. Not what we wanted today. Pirates win 7-5. We had a lead in this game. We gave it up. The bullpen was not what they should have done or should have been today. And then the starting pitching is back in question.
Yeah, now look, Fried last night, it wasn't like they were like hitting home runs off Fried. It was just a crazy inning where The balls just kind of seemed to find their way through the infield.
Yeah.
There was some error. Arcia probably, needed to make a play. But, yeah, this one, Elder is very, very wobbly. Elder does not look like the same dude in the first half.
All right, guys, we got more to get to. Yeah, Man, No Man is on the way. Stay right there at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Coming up, Cameron Wolf from NFL Network is going to join us next hour in about 25 minutes. He had a lot of positive things to say about what he saw at practices over the last few days with the Dolphins. Dolphins play their first exhibition game tomorrow, and we're wondering who's going to play, how much, and Bijan, for example. Mike, I mean, even if you're not playing Ritter, is Bijan out there? Are you risking him to play a couple of series? I think you have to.
It's been the great debate about, and it's funny because Carl and I, remember, was it 2 weeks ago, we're up at Hooters in Buford, and I was looking at the record, and we went like basically 3 years without winning a preseason game under Dan Quinn.
Yep.
And, one of those years we did go to the playoffs in 2017, but it's strange. You look back and you go, wow, does it matter? Is there some kind of, because for instance, if your starters, I guess the conventional wisdom would say, if your starters beat their starters, then you won that game. And then whatever happens after that, then you can say, well, your second string isn't as good as their second string. I mean, it's all subjective.
It is.
But all you want to do at the end of the day is see your team. I think when the Matt Ryan years, want to see Matt and the team go down the field and have a touchdown. Then Matt can go put on a baseball hat, and that's it. When you're settling for field goals and struggling in the red zone like we have for so many years, you just want to see some continuity, from your offense, and then you can get the guys off the field, right?
That's all I'm looking for, Mike. Listen, if the first team goes down and scores, get them out.
That's it.
Okay? But if we come out and it's 3 and out, run them back out there, 3 and out, you're going, wait a minute, we got to get something moving here.
And then again, just real quick, Chris, before I get to you, the caveat being that they wanted Ritter to do some specific things. Arthur Smith on record today saying, and yesterday, Ritter's decision-making has been really good, pretty darn good. So maybe he's seen enough from what he needed to see in this exercise, albeit 4 days in South Florida. I don't know.
Let's hope so. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what's going on today, man? Happy Thursday.
Well, just making sure, Carl, you good? You got any other emotional things you need to get off your chest? We're good?
Right now, I'm good.
Okay.
I can't promise you as we move forward.
Just checking on you, big dog.
All right.
We're always here for you.
Thank you.
All right. The NFL released its updated list of franchise valuations. Sportico put out the top 10 teams in the NFL and their net worth. Let's see if you guys can name how many out of the top 5 most valuable franchises in the NFL and how much they're worth.
Okay, obviously Cowboys.
They are number 1.
Okay.
They are valued at $9.2 billion.
Cowboys.
You got that stadium, the Star facility as well. That's a
unreal.
huge revenue stream for them, yeah.
Giants are on there.
Giants are number 2. Very good.
I'm just guessing.
At $7.04 billion.
Yeah. Wow. That stadium, I got to be honest with you, for all the money they spent on
MetLife?
it is an underwhelming stadium. It really is.
Do you think they should go in, Jets and Giants together, and do something different? Maybe a retractable roof stadium?
It's probably too late now because it's for this thing's supposed to last for another 20 years. But it's for all the money, and in New York, and you go in there and it's like it looks like a warehouse. It doesn't even look right. And I've been to 3 games. It's nothing special. Jerry World is special. What we've got is special.
I agree.
Really, nothing really. It's just underwhelming. Really, best way to put it.
They built it up instead of out. So
Right.
Everything just feels cramped and not exclusive.
Yeah, and that was the thing when we,
Did they get that land cheap? What was the deal? I don't remember.
Well,
Meadowlands?
there's just nothing there.
Yeah, it's just
marshland.
if you ever fly out of LaGuardia and you come down the Manhattan, you come down and you see, it's just nothing. It's marshlands. That's why the old Jimmy Hoffa's out there somewhere. Might not be buried in the end zone, but he's out there somewhere.
All right, that's 2.
2 out of the top 5.
Okay, I'm gonna go Bears.
Bears are number 8.
Wow.
At $6 billion even.
Okay, I'm just thinking top markets. What about the team that just sold, Commanders?
Commanders are 7 at 6.05.
Oh, the Rams. The Rams with SoFi.
Rams are number 3. Good job, Mike.
Wow.
6.94.
You got the real estate. You got the big place.
Cronky, man.
Yeah. And you've got all, that's an amazing facility. So some Georgia friends of mine were like, yeah, it was kind of strange to be sitting 150 feet from the door and it was getting rained on. The way the rain was coming in that national championship.
So that's 3,
Yep.
and these are the highest rated franchises, right? Value wise. All right.
Seattle?
Seattle is not in the top 10.
Okay.
Wow, that's shocking. I'm going to go with Philly.
Philadelphia is number 9 at $5.95 billion.
You already mentioned the Patriots?
Patriots are number 4. Good job, Mike.
Again, I'm thinking about guys who have stadiums and stuff attached to the stadiums. They have a shopping mall. They got a whole thing out there. It's a lot of stuff.
One more to clear the top 5.
All right, so you tell us. Who's 5? Who's number 5?
San Francisco 49ers.
Makes sense.
And that stadium sucks, too.
Yeah, I don't like this stadium.
$6.15 billion.
They're remodeling it, Mike.
Yeah, you ever been out there? It just looks cheap. Now, again, they said that they did it, environmentally friendly and also earthquake safe and all that. But I'm just like, okay, it just chunks of it where there should be stands. There aren't stands, Carl. That was my impression of Levi Stadium. And you're so far. You're in San Jose. You're in the Back Bay. The water's brown, Carl. Well, it's not pretty.
No, my first impression though when they did a flyover, I was like, oh, it looks cool. But then you realize they just threw it up. It's built cheap. And you can tell. But they're remodeling it. They're adding some suites because I think they're getting the Super Bowl, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, in a few years. They're getting the Super Bowl back.
I think it's like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, and so they're trying to remodel and do some things there. All right, so those are the top 5 franchises. Very interesting. Where are our Falcons?
They only listed the top 10. We're not in it, unfortunately. As nice as Mercedes-Benz is.
Yeah.
Another story about money, this one very local. The top 5 highest earning Falcons of all time were just released. Let's see if we can play this game again. They're all obviously pretty current because if you played in 1980, you obviously weren't making the same career.
Well, we know who's 1 and 2. It's Matt and Julio.
Matt, $267 million total career.
Right.
Julio
That's
Jones,
pre-tax.
Yeah, Julio Jones. Julio Jones is second at 125.
Wow. And then we'd have to go.
Falcons, richest Falcons?
Yeah.
Richest Falcons.
Yeah.
Freeman I'm trying to think guys got contracts.
No.
Oh, it'd be Lindstrom.
No, not quite.
Jake,
okay. Okay, Lindstrom just reset.
112.1.
Sorry to cut you up. Yeah, Jake, because he's been there for a while. Lindstrom just reset the market at guard.
All right, and then you know what's funny about this? We say defensively we haven't really had guys. I know Grady got a new deal.
Grady is number 4 at 89.9.
Okay,
and there's one more.
Roddy White?
Yes, sir.
Roddy White.
$65 million.
Hashtag free Roddy.
That's right.
How interesting is it, though, that for the entire Falcons franchise, there's only been 3 players to earn collectively over $100 million?
You got to have franchise caliber players.
You do.
And it's got to be in the last 20 years when the money was big.
Yeah. I think it is kind of weird, but then you think about the team and the star power, right? The most potent offense that we had, I think, Mike, just as me, the 2012 team offensively with Roddy, Julio, Tony Gonzalez. Now, they didn't go to the Super Bowl, but that offense with Turner, I thought that offense was probably more exciting. But then you turn around in 16 and you lead the league in scoring. You're averaging 35 points a game. And, again, was that a better offense? Well, yeah, because they went to the Super Bowl.
It was an MVP season. Shanahan had it cooking. You had Coleman, right, along with Free, and then you had Snu. I always forget who the tight end was that year, but we always it was a nice balanced attack. You could so many ways you could beat
Hoop.
Yeah, Austin Hooper was a rookie. There was another dude too.
So, I would say I don't know if you guys would agree that like 75-80% of Georgia Tech fans were happy with the new deal with Hyundai.
I would hope it's more money for the program. Why wouldn't you be happy?
Because I was always felt like the older folks, and I'm not trying to make fun because, look, I want to see Georgia Tech do well like everybody else. I could see some of the old farts at Tech having a problem with this.
Well, our buddy Zach Klein from WSB caught up with director Jay Batts, and he said, we're going to respect the heritage, but it's time to move forward.
Well, I would tell you that the history of Grant Field is something we're still going to celebrate. And it is Hyundai Field. It's Bobby Dodd Stadium at Hyundai Field, and we're super excited about that partnership. But know that we take the naming of the stadium and the field incredibly seriously. And we'll continue to recognize in the appropriate way the Grant family and the historic Grant Field. But super excited about Hyundai Field and really looking forward to beginning to celebrate that this fall.
Look, Jay Batts is a breath of fresh air for Tech. I mean, he really gets it, and he's thinking outside the box. And now it's just a matter of, if Brent Brent gets a top 20 recruiting class for 24, that's huge. And just slowly but surely build it up. Look, Jeff Collins had to write it. He just couldn't execute it. Trying to make it sexy and cool, but he just couldn't back it up with anything on the field.
Yeah, I totally agree, Mike. And here's the deal. You can honor your past, but you have to live in the present. Honor your past, live in the present. And right now, the present is, how do we get more money for this program and more revenue streams? It doesn't take anything away from Bobby Dodd, as Jay Batch said, or the history of people that you've honored. But you got to live in the present, because if you don't, you're going to find yourself like the Pac-4. Okay, you're going to find yourself on the outside looking in and saying, how do we get more revenue streams and more money so that we can survive in this climate of college football? So I'm all for what Jay Batts and Georgia Tech is doing. And for those who don't like it, sorry, you've got to live in the present.
Right. I'm with you, man. I love what the idea of what they're going to do down at North Avenue and kind of have like a whole, really open things up and just kind of create a bigger vibe for game day is where it's at. I like it. By the way, great trivia question. You were right. Hooper was a leading tight end, but he was only a few yards ahead of Levine Toilolo.
That's right.
And Jacob Tamme.
Yeah.
So it was
Tamme was a good player.
Kind of like a tight end by committee in 16, which is interesting.
Yeah, Hooper's coming out party. But you know what I remember about Levine Toilolo? It was the ukulele. Because that was the year.
Hard Knocks in the hot tub with the ukulele.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I don't even remember him catching any touchdowns. I remember him playing the ukulele.
I do too.
All right.
I'd rather have Pitts and Jonnu Smith and Fitzpatrick.
Much better group.
The guys that we have going right now.
I think it's a much better group. But that's the thing. Like, you saw that group and you went, those are our tight ends, but they were productive.
Didn't Kamla get in Hooper's cage one night?
He did.
He said something about him, and I forget what Rick said to him, former midday host here on the station. And it was something about Hooper and, I don't know, something about his production taking a leap. Either way, Hooper got in his bag over it. He was not happy with that one.
I think at the Super Bowl.
It starts with a B, ends with an H.
At the Super Bowl, he tried to get Kamla back. When we were, I think they went to interview him or something.
Yeah, it wasn't a jive question, just he reacted to it. No. It's like when you tried to run, was it Debo?
Oh, would you stop
No, it was Keanu Neal.
Would you stop? I asked a question.
Hey, Keanu, people say you're washed up, haven't got the physical skills. You're damaged goods.
You're not the man you used to be.
Bo Johnson, are you 100 right now? And can you hit my music? Thank you.
I want guys that can play. We demand the best out of our teams.
Ability, availability.
It's what it is, man. Hey, coming up, Dog Report. Mike Bobo talking about the quarterbacks. Oh, stick around. You got to hear this. Not a good day for our Bravos. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I wanted to get out of Pittsburgh with another dub. That did not happen today.
It sounds like a Bob Seger song. Get out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Mike, it's frustrating because a guy just hit me up. Kevin was like, man, this should have been a win. When you have a lead, yeah, you feel that way with this team because we always feel like we're going to be able to hit everybody.
Well, when Elder has spotted a 4-run lead, you're supposed to win that game. You're playing a team that's 10 games under 500 on getaway day.
We didn't win today. 7-5 final for the Braves. It's going to be Morton, I believe, on Friday. We're trying to look at the rotation as they get ready to head to New York for the Mets series over the weekend. There will be a doubleheader on Saturday. But, you get basically 3 runs in the third, Mike, and then the Pirates rally. And this is one of those games where, again, the bullpen was not good.
Yeah, and this was a game where, we've scored a lot of runs. Pitching's been shaky, and I'm not going to rehash the argument we had earlier, but a couple of guys coming around on Twitter. Not everyone's trying to poke the bear, Carl. Some guys are agreeing with me and you about this. But just saying, we're not talking about right now in a 10.5 game lead on the Phillies. Phillies are the number 1 seed in the wild card right now. And they just got a guy they traded for throw a no-hitter. That's not too shabby. And it's more about October. We're not talking about now. We're not talking about the first half. And here's the thing. If you want to talk stats, Braves fans want to throw stats at me, we get the worst starting pitching right now since the All-Star break. It's the Braves.
ERA.
Worst ERA in the big since the All-Star break. And, Yanni Chirinos, we get it. He's there's a hole in the wall. That's spackle. Okay. You're not replaced. That's just going to fill a hole. And then you get into some of the other options. Like in New York, you're going to see it again this weekend. They're going to have to either go with Winans or Soroka. You're going to have to kind of, tax. That's why we get back to the bullpen. All these innings are like mileage on your tires. It's going to count. It's going to come back to bite you later. I hope it doesn't come back to bite you later in the year.
Elder, 5 runs today, 6 hits, 2 walks. But here's the thing, guys. If you don't believe us, again, look at the numbers. Mm-hmm. It's pretty simple. When you start saying, well, where's the starting pitching been over the last 6 games? Our ERA, 10.59 for the last 6 games.
Yeah. And the bullpen, as we said, this is a far cry from the night shift. It's just not. And when the Braves, you've seen it all since the All-Star break. Big leads, bullpen comes in, and all of a sudden teams chip away. And a game that should be a complete lock all of a sudden becomes a little more stressful. So all we're saying is, we're crying over spilt milk in the sense that moves cannot be made. There's no more player to be named later. Trade deadline comes and goes, and that's it. But I'm just arguing back with the folks we were arguing with before the trade deadline. This is why you had to address more pitching. Other teams loaded up, and to sit there and say, well, we hope and we think this guy's going to be healthy. We hope and we think that guy's going to be healthy. I like to have more of an assurance, Carl. I like to have more of an insurance policy. We didn't do that.
All right, we lose today, 7-5. More on this coming up. We're still, okay, this is what's crazy. We're still 72-41, which is what Mike's saying. You look at the record, you look at how far out in front we are, and it's just hard to see us doing anything else but advancing through and rolling through the playoffs. I don't like the way we're trending right now. That's all. I think we're fine. We're going to be fine. But the trends, the ERA, the bullpen, who was good the last few days, not today, right. Those are the things that basically concern us. All right, right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Last time Mike Bobo was calling plays, Mike Hudson Mason was handing the ball off to Nick Chubb. That was 2014.
All right.
Since Nick Chubb may be the best running back in the NFL, okay? A lot of time has passed, and I'm not telling you he hasn't been in on the planning or the game planning of what they did over the last season or so, because we know Todd Monken said as much. He was there. He was helping him. But now it is Bobo's turn, and he said this today, Mike, as a play caller, it's about the players, not the plays. That's your number 1 job as a play caller, Mike Bobo said. Mm-hmm. If a guy's got a unique ability to make plays and plays that turn into explosive plays, we've got to do a good job as a staff of finding plays and designing plays. He's absolutely right.
Put your best players in a position to succeed, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, you got Brock Bowers. Some people say he might be the best player in college football, okay? That's saying a lot. But if he isn't, let's say he's a top 3 guy, how do you utilize him? I asked Connor Riley this yesterday. Georgia averaged 41 points a game last season. And remember a couple of years back when I told you guys, if they don't score over 40 points, they're not winning a national championship? Well, they're doing that consistently because we're in a scoring era for college football. It's not just, winning 9-7 anymore. You got to put points up. And in many cases, look at the Ohio State game. Ohio State was right there, but you still outscored them and were able to win in the college football playoff.
Yeah, it was a combination of offense and defense because, let's be honest, they kind of got after C.J. Stroud. They started blitzing him up the yin-yang. I know Ohio State fans will say that Harrison was the turning point. Well, Harrison wasn't playing defensive back. It was some amazing throws, and Stetson Bennett, just throwing dimes, dropping dimes, athletes making plays. And don't forget, that game also, Darnell Washington got knocked out of the game. Ohio State fans seem to forget that the whole game play went out the window in the first half for the Bulldogs.
That's a good point.
Everything becomes about Marvin Harrison.
No, it's a good point. I'm curious to see what Darnell does with the Steelers this year, by the way. He's apparently looking good. Mike Bobo talking about the quarterbacks. Mike, I've been pleased, quote, with all the quarterbacks. We've been focusing on the process and each install and what we can control in the moment. Those guys have done a great job. They have been ups and downs, but they've been focused. They come in every meeting ready to go, prepared before the meeting. So he's praising all the quarterbacks. Great. I need to know the best one and who can play. That's what I need, Mike. I need to know if it's Carson Beck, great. Is he going to be the guy? Can he play? Is he going to be that dude for this team this season? But Mike Bobo not saying anything about what the situation is going to be there.
Article in Dog Nation reminding us Georgia averaged 41 points last year, so that's kind of the benchmark. Bobo was there last year. If Bobo was brought back into the fold and he wasn't part of last year, wouldn't you feel a little more nervous?
Yeah.
Because he was involved, to your point earlier, talked about it, and Kirby talked about it, Monken talked about it, had input in different elements of the play. Just the way Muschamp kind of was, has been around Georgia for a couple of years. Bobo was doing that last year. I get it. We've covered this. A lot of strange things happened in the Rick era that probably shouldn't have happened if the team was better organized. Those things don't happen under Kirby Smart.
I just think, too, here's the part, Dog fans. Bobo, since 2014, he's also older, more experienced. All right? He went off and did the head coaching thing, and he left the farm, okay? When you do that, you are forced to learn things about yourself. So, Mike, I think he's probably a better coach than he was even in 2014. I love this quote from him when he says, each year you have to try to figure out your identity on offense. He says, whether I was sitting there at coordinator or Coach Monken came back, you have to figure out what pieces fit the puzzle. And he said, we did that last year. We figured out, how to change things. He talked about Darnell Washington. He says Darnell was such a big impact for us, not necessarily just, blocking in line, but also being there to block on the perimeter,
right.
Stetson's ability to move. You start figuring these things out and you go, that's our identity. We got a mobile quarterback who can make plays with his feet. We got big tight ends. All of a sudden, Mike, you become dangerous and you know what you can do.
The other thing is we've kind of, the way we've been approaching Carson Beck because you haven't seen him other than mop-up duty. What if, just like what, his predecessor did, in Alabama, or his mentor, I should say, Nick Saban, what if Carson Beck comes out and balls out? He was a four-star. Now, his junior year was better than his senior year down in Jacksonville.
Right.
But he's been here for years, and hopefully he's absorbed it. Speaking of absorbing it, the running backs coach in the same article, Dale McGee, says that basically Bobo was like a sponge with Todd Monken, picking that stuff up. So he's also learned some nuances to perhaps what he wants to do.
Yeah, I'm going to give Bobo the benefit of the doubt to start the season because I have to.
Right.
I can't come in here and tell you guys he's going to be terrible when he hasn't even called a play. Let's see how this looks. Let's get to the South Carolina game because I've said this. UT Martin, no disrespect, you know what that is. Let's get to South Carolina and then let's start to evaluate. I'm not ready to crush Bobo just because of what you thought he was in 14. Right. What were you in 14? That's a long time ago.
Right. Well, I mean, I was still here working with you, but yeah.
So we were great. We were great then, and we're great now.
European excellence.
Yes.
But, as far as and because we talked about South Carolina. And I had a Carolina fan say to me the other day on Twitter, he goes, you keep banging on South Carolina defense. I go, well, go back and listen to our interview with Coach. I mean, Coach Shane basically said they're thin on defensive line. They lost a lot of dudes. Offensively, I mean he
tried to go in the portal, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I remember
Florida
said
State stole a guy in the portal. I mean, two teams that really, the Tennessee game is scary because of their offense. Tennessee's defense is not great. 81st best offense. I said 81st best defense, and they basically returning a lot of those same players. So unless those guys, take a huge leap, the game, which is scary to me just because it's on the road early in the season, is Auburn. And just because you're in Auburn and Jordan Hare, and everybody's going to be wild and wired up and going bananas. And how does Beck handle that? And how does Bobo handle that moment?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. By the way,
I know that Auburn's got work to do, but I'm just saying that's still a tough road environment.
Well, and their coach knows offense,
right?
All right, you got to give credit where credit's due. He may not have the horses yet, but he knows how to dictate an offense. The reason why this is a big deal is because Bobo won't speak when the season starts. We're not going to hear a whole lot from him, and you get the assistants to speak as fall camp is underway, Mike. And today, to hear Bobo talk about all these things and answer all these questions. It's good because this is a lot of stuff that we're all wondering about. I think he probably took and learned a lot of stuff from Todd Monken. Monken had professional experience before he took the Georgia job, guys. So
lifetime coach, back and forth, college and pro.
He had been around, and I think it's smart when you take things from guys who understand it. And I think Monken's going to be really good for the Ravens, but I think Mike Bobo is going to be just fine for the Dogs. 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Hit us up. Let us know what you think.
Hey, man, we were talking earlier. Jack Swarbrick apparently talking to the media saying that he felt it was just terrible that schools like Cal and Stanford, with their rich academic history that compete in Division I, would be marginalized by, obviously, the expansion of conference football to the Big Ten. And that was a story that dropped earlier. Again, first off, Notre Dame, you're not even in the most important part of the ACC, which is the full football commitment. So who cares what you think about Stanford and Cal? That was a story yesterday that Notre Dame was apparently sticking their nose in, saying, well, maybe we should talk. Carl, Stanford and Cal bring nothing to the ACC. Nothing.
No,
at least SMU gets you into Texas.
Yeah, I just don't know if you're going to add, right? Like, think about the companies when they merge or they acquire another company. You're not doing it just to do it. You're doing it because you think it's going to be more profit, okay, down the road as you acquire this company and you become a bigger and larger entity. This is no different. Now, the Big Ten is saying, come on, because down the road we're going to be more profitable. The SEC did it with Oklahoma and Texas. I don't know if you're more profitable with Stanford and Cal saying, come on, because at the end game, that's what it's about.
And all the sports that nobody watches, you just added expensive traveling down to the West Coast, to play all those. One last nugget, there's a great article in The Athletic, and it's like 5 people contributed to it, and they give you all the nuts and bolts of the week that basically destroyed the Pac-12. It's pretty interesting. By the way, when Utah and the two Arizonas, Arizona State come in, they basically get the full share. They get more of a share than Cincinnati and UCF get.
Are they?
To the Big 12.
Are they?
Isn't that interesting?
Well, is that because of their history? What's the deal?
I guess they're just bigger.
Yeah.
More important than getting the deal done. And you and I, just during the commercial break, Carl and I were looking at this, and it's funny, the Conference of Champions. Remember when the Big Ten years ago, Carl, they divided their divisions into leaders and legends?
They sure did.
Well, the Pac-12 was just slightly behind them on pretentiousness. Just real quick. Looked at the numbers earlier. Do you realize that the Pac-10, now Pac-12, now Pac-4, has had, Carl, 2 teams win a national championship since 1991, and 2 of those have been vacated. One was Washington, a co-national champ with Miami in 1991.
Remember that.
And the only other one was Reggie Bush's, Matt Leinert's USC.
04,
03.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And so then, and it's even funnier in basketball. The Conference of Champions hasn't had a basketball champion since Arizona in 1997. So they got championships, but it's all Stanford in sports nobody watches.
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know where it goes for the ACC, but to think they met the chancellors and presidents and then nothing came out of it, I don't think they ultimately vote these guys in. Can I hear real quick from Glenn Schumann? He is the defensive coordinator for the Dogs, along with Will Muschamp. Mike, speaking of defense, he was asked today about the standard of UGA's defense. Guys, they're going to be great again. Okay, I don't know if they'll put 15 guys in the league, but they're going to be really good again. This is what Schumann said on the standard.
We're worried about how can we uphold the standard today. We constantly measure things to hold guys accountable in terms of our results as a team defense in the prior day's practice. We show it to them when we fell short. Okay, then we have to be accountable to that and demand that we do better the next day. We chart things in terms of individual measures of things that really matter to playing great defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is all kind of just, it's now a life of its own. Like, if you're going to go play for Georgia, this is what it's going to be. You already know because it's already been laid out. And they're putting guys in the NFL like crazy. Right. By the way, Dogs will scrimmage Saturday. First scrimmage, Mike, so maybe we'll hear more about these quarterbacks after the first scrimmage.
Yeah, a lot of folks already saying that Carl broke that story that dropped yesterday about Saban buying a house down in Jupiter, Florida, that Schumann would be on the top of the list. I know Clemson fans are worried about Dabo. It's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Alabama sustains it.
Yeah.
If and when. If Saban ever does actually retire.
I just think, you're buying a $17 million house. At some point, you want to go enjoy it. That's all I'm saying.
They can have my whistle when they pry it from my cold, numb fingers.
Cameron Wolfe, he works for NFL Network, guys. He was at the practices the last 2 days. He's been down there covering Miami. He was at our camp last week. What does he think about the Falcons? Find out next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
some Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We were at Falcons camp last week, and Cameron Wolf showed up, NFL Network. He was doing all the things, checking out our Falcons. And then he got a chance to be down there in Miami because he was actually down there, I think, before he came up to see the Falcons. And then these two teams practiced over the last couple of days. And Mike, he joins us on the WadeFord.com hotline. And it's good to have you on, Cameron. I saw your tweets, man. And listen, it's positive to hear from people who don't, cover this team on a local basis. And you're one of the guys who are saying, hey, you've been impressed with what you've seen. Tell us what you think about this team and what you've seen.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is, you go into joint practices with some sort of preconceived notion. And I think a lot of the notion that I had and a lot of people had is that you look at the speed the Dolphins have on offense and they're going to have their way with the Falcons defense. And it was not that case. And I think the biggest takeaway for me, and I tweeted this, is that this Falcons defense is not the Falcons defense of old. Terry Fontenot, Ryan Nielsen, Arthur Smith have really did a good job of rebuilding this group. They finally had some money to spend, and I think it's showing. The DBs did not look overwhelmed by Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle's speed. In fact, they won a lot of reps. And that defensive front, there was a couple of days they had out there, they were winning a lot of those battles against the Dolphins' offensive line. They look like the more physical team in the trenches. And look, it's just 2 days of practice. And so I don't want to overreact and say you're going to the Super Bowl, Falcons fans. But I do think that's encouraging for a team that, has been the worst pass rush team in the league the last 2 years. And for a team that, honestly, their defense has been, one of the bottom teams in the league, too. So I think that side of the ball, it looks like, at least from my eyes, at this stage of the offseason, that is going to be significantly improved upon from last season. And to me, that's a good start for this team.
Yeah, man, there were really big names as far as edge rushers. We went and got Calais Campbell and Bud Dupree. Obviously, we'll be lucky, if they can pop for us in 1 year. But we're just happy that we've, got some dudes who can get guys on the ground. And I guess, Cameron, the big question is, are the guys we drafted going to pop? We've got Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State, second rounder. We picked up Caden Ellis and Onyemata. We stole dudes from the Saints. So we've got depth, and we've got guys who can really get after it, we think.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned it, the depth. A lot of times when you have multiple players, you mentioned some of those guys there. David Onyemata is another guy who they picked up from the Saints who brings that pressure inside. And then don't forget about Grady Jarrett. He's been the guy here for a while. It's a lot easier when you're not double teamed every play. If you're not the only guy on the line that matters, now you have one-on-one opportunities, and all of a sudden you can be the dominant player consistently that a lot of Falcons fans know he is. And so I think overall it may not be the one name that stands out. Maybe it's the collection of talent and depth of the guys you mentioned, even some guys you don't mention. When you're 6 or 7 deep on your front seven of guys who can win one-on-one matchups, that allows you the ability to get those one-on-one matchups rather than double teams. And so I think that's the biggest thing you'll see. I don't know that there's a 12-plus sack guy on this roster, but I do think that you're going to have a collection of dudes who get 6 to 8 sacks that I think add up to a group that, maybe you don't jump to the top 10, but to me, if the Falcons jump from 31st to middle of the pack, I think that's a big jump that they would take.
We're talking with Cameron Wolf, guys. You watch him on NFL Network. He was down there checking out our squad, the Falcons, and, of course, the Dolphins. They play the first preseason game tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 5 o'clock pregame, kicks at 7. Cameron, what's your thoughts on Desmond Ridder? My thing, as I've seen him at camp, has been the hesitation, okay? Some of that is, your situational football. You're doing certain things. You're working on things. Then there are other times where it's 11 on 11 or 7 on 7, and I'm going, hey, pull! Let that thing go, and I need to see more of that. What are your interpretations of what you've seen from Ridder?
Yeah, he's been up and down. I'm going to give you guys the real. I think there's some days I've been in practice where he's been really inaccurate consistently. He's been having some plays where he's been making some really good throws, and I'm like, okay, I can see what Arthur Smith loves about this dude. And some other days, and I'm like, why did he miss that pass? Right? And so I want to see a little bit more consistency from him. In that perspective, I do think you're on the money with I think one thing they really want him to do is take those deep shots a little bit more and really test the defense with the length and not just say, hey, we're going short and intermediate, because that's one area where I have seen him have some success. When he gets flowing in a 2-minute drill, when he gets flowing in 11 on 11s, he gets pretty good passes on the intermediate and short passes. it's typically when he has to unload a little bit where you see that hesitancy that you mentioned. But here's the thing I would say with Desmond Ridder. I don't think you need him to be a top 10 quarterback. You definitely don't need him to be Patrick Mahomes. The comp that I've been telling people is if you looked at Ryan Tannehill and what he was at 2019 and 2020 under Arthur Smith in Tennessee, I think that's the goal that you want, at least at this early young stage of Desmond Ridder. That Tannehill was efficient. He was really good off play action, and he allowed his playmakers to eat. And I think that's really what you want with Desmond Ridder. Just get the ball to Drake, get the ball to Kyle, get the ball to Bijan. If you're somewhere in the 65% accuracy mark, you don't have to throw for 4,000 yards for this team to win an NFC South. And so I think expectations, if you have that mindset, then I think Desmond Ridder is reasonable for him to get there. But I will say I do need to see him more, which is why I know Arthur Smith hasn't made the call, but I would love to see him tomorrow in the preseason. I would love to see him get those reps against NFL defenses to see if it helps him with a little bit more reps and experience.
We're on the same page, man. Cameron Willis with us from NFL Network. And that's the thing, Cam, because we got some folks that are still on the fence because either they wanted Bryce Young or the Lamar Jackson thing, which was obviously pie in the sky, but it was still a hell of a conversation for obvious reasons here in Atlanta. But you're right. It's the same things that Carl and I say. It's not that he's not bad or you want something that pops, and that's why I'd love to see him give an opportunity, especially because he only played 4 games. If he only plays like 2 series against Miami on Friday, is that going to be enough? And how do you handle it in the preseason nowadays with just 3 games?
Yeah, it's a balance because guys, the worst fear for coaches is that you get somebody hurt. Arthur Smith's thinking, man, if we hold the guy out to the second quarter, what if somebody rolls up on my quarterback's knees and there's my season, right? So, but the whole idea is you got every game of the season that you have that worry. I'm not a coach, so maybe I'm a little bit more risky. But to me, I don't coach out of fear. I say, hey, I need to see more, and it's based on your own gauge, right? A lot of coaches will see joint practices and say, I've seen enough. And if Arthur Smith doesn't start Desmond Ridder tomorrow, I guarantee you his thought is going to be, hey, we got enough work out of Miami and joint practices that we saw enough, right? But for me, I have a little bit more of unknown with Desmond. Maybe they know a little bit more than me. From what I've seen, I want to see more. I want to see him with Kyle Pitts more. I still have some questions about their chemistry. I haven't seen enough of Kyle Pitts and Desmond Ridder and heavy 11-on-11 drills to know, are they comfortable together? Same with Drake London and Bijan within this offense. And so, of course, you have next week. This is just the first preseason game, and so I expect Desmond to play for sure next week. But to me, this is an opportunity to maximize those reps. And I don't really see as much of a negative to see Desmond Ridder for the first quarter, the first quarter and a half, heck, even the first half, if things don't go as well as you want early on.
Kim, you've covered the Dolphins as well. He's going to be all over the place, guys, in the Southeast throughout the course of the season, and you'll be checking him out on NFL Network. What do you make of where they're at with Mike McDaniel? To the O-line, is it any good? I think there are a lot more questions than what we thought with the Dolphins, even though the personnel on paper looks really good.
Yeah, the Dolphins are interesting because, and I'm actually in Charlotte because I was doing joint practices with the Jets and Panthers after this, but I feel like maybe 25 of the 32 teams in the league have questions about their offensive line. Fortunately for Atlanta, I think the Falcons may be one of those 7 to 10 teams who don't. They have a really good offensive line, and I don't think there's much question marks there. But the Dolphins, their offensive line was a question last year, and I think it's even more of a question this year. Their left guard has been a kind of revolving competition throughout camp. Liam Eichenberg is the guy they want to win that job, but Isaiah Wynn's been playing a lot there. And then as far as right tackle, Austin Jackson's another young player they drafted in the first round a couple years ago who just hasn't really showed up to his draft potential yet. And so there's a couple spots there where I'm concerned, and especially when you have a quarterback like Tua where the complete onus for this offense is keeping him healthy. Not having an offensive line you feel great about is not what you want to hear. So here's what I would say about that offense, though. When they were healthy, they were a top 3 offense in football, particularly with the passing attack. And so I'm not as concerned with them as far as being able to make plays and get yards as much as can you keep the quarterback healthy. Because I think when they say hike, I think they're a fast twitch, timing-based offense. Two is going to be a lot of 3-step drops. And you got Tyreek and Waddle, who, even though the Falcons did play well in joint practices, nobody could cover Tyreek, and nobody across the league is going to be able to cover that speed. they feel like they can hide some of their issues. And so I'm less concerned about the big playability and more about can you keep your quarterback upright.
Only got a few minutes left with Cameron Wolf, guys, from NFL Network. Just real quick, in our division, is it a total toss-up between us and the Saints? I mean, we don't think as highly of Derek Carr as some other folks in the media do.
Yeah, I think it is wide open. I think I told you guys last time I was here, if I was projecting, I would say that I think Atlanta and Carolina battle for this division. I'm high on both of those teams in there. I know the Saints are the quote-unquote betting favorite, but I think they lost a lot of talent in the defensive front, particularly. Half of those guys went to Atlanta. And so you look at that defensive group, and that's been the strength of the team. I'm not sure how good that defense is. And then they have some question marks on offense. You know, Michael Thomas hasn't been healthy in 2 years. Alvin Kamara is suspended for the first few games of the season. And then Derek Carr is coming into a new offense. And so, to me, I think it's a three-man race. I don't think Tampa has much of a chance to win with their quarterback play. But I can see any of those three teams win a division. And honestly, I think it'll be a better division than it was last year. So I don't know that 8-9 gets it done this year. You might have to get 9-8 or 10-7 to get that division title.
National NFL reporter with the NFL Network. He's doing work. Cameron Wolf, appreciate you, bro, for stopping by. Great stuff. We look forward to talking with you down the road.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, fellas. Have a great one.
Cool, man. Good stuff. And you talk about keeping it on point, Mike. He's telling you everything that we've been seeing and trying to communicate to you guys. But it is good to know that we look good in these practices. And I got to take that as a positive. Hey, man, we got some guy talk coming up, Mike Bell.
Yeah, man. A new book out by one of America's biggest gamblers says Phil Mickelson bet $1 billion on sports in his career. We'll talk about that. Also, guys, what's the drunkest city in America?
Hey, you want tickets to go see 50 and Busta Rhymes? They're at Lakewood Amphitheater right now. Caller 5 at 404-726-0929. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. You've got a chance to go see 50 Cent and Busta Rhymes right now on Dukes and Bell.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, you got that right. Hey Man is brought to you by our Dukes and Bell Hey Man Ale. 2 delicious flavors, the Hey Man Original Blonde Ale and the Watermelon Lime. And I'll tell you this, if you send us a photo of you drinking one or buying one, that's going to put you to the front of the class on Twitter. Or the X, or whatever the hell it's called these days. Or on the gram. So we do appreciate your patronage. Thank you very much. Drink the beer.
Drink the beer. Drink the beer.
Hey, man, we all know that Phil Mickelson has been purported to have gambling issues. And again, my dad used to say, it's not a gambling problem if you can afford it.
This is true.
If you can't, then it becomes a problem. Come from a long line of Irish degenerate gamblers. I know what I speak. But in this case, it's an author of a new book that's coming out. And it is pretty interesting. The author happens to be Billy Walters. For those who don't follow the gambling game, one of the more famous hustlers, some would say, gamblers. He's made millions, and he's a good friend, or at least he was a good friend of Phil Mickelson. When Billy got popped for insider trading in 2017, Phil apparently...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Phil thought, well, I mean, everybody's looking for a tip, Carl.
Yeah,
I know. You know, from you to me to my Uncle Nick to, who was it?
Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart, I was just having to say. But in this case, he felt betrayed that Phil didn't come clean, and he could have helped him out publicly and talked to the FBI, whatever. He's got an axe to grind. That's what I'm stating. So take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
But it is documented that when the Ravens won the Super Bowl back in 2001, Phil had a long shot bet and made $500,000. That was documented. People knew about that. It was also documented, and it's been reported in different golf magazines, that when Phil Mickelson made the curious decision to change every single golf club in his bag to Callaway mid-season, between majors, it was reported that Mr. Callaway, the senior, had bought out and canceled Phil's gambling debt.
Wow.
To facilitate the such an unusual move by a golfer.
Now, it's not been proven, but this is what was out there.
It's been in the wind for many, many, many years.
All right.
Amongst other things that Phil bet on, according to Billy Waters, he apparently gave Billy $400,000 to bet on the Ryder Cup at Medina back in 2012.
Wasn't he playing in it?
That's a Big 10-4, good buddy. Well, he was like Pete Rose, betting on himself.
Wow.
Here's what happened, though. Europe won that, 14.5 to the USA's 13.5. So Phil lost $400,000 on that one alone. For what it's worth, Walters, as I said, is trying to come up with a... And when you write a book like this and you want to sell copies of the book, nice round numbers. I just watched the Wilt Chamberlain documentary on Showtime, which is unbelievable, called Goliath. Have you seen the whole thing yet?
No, I have not watched all of it.
They talk about in the final chapter when Wilt writes his memoir. And, you know, did he really sleep with 20,000 women? Probably not. But it was a nice round number. Kind of like Cool Hand Luke. Why you can eat 50 hard-boiled eggs? Seemed like a nice round number. So you pumped it up. So is it $1 billion? Maybe, maybe not. But Billy Waters will be making the rounds and talking all about it. It says Phil wagered more than $1 billion over 3 decades and sustained gambling losses of close to $100 million. So according to Billy, he's winning most of the time, Carl.
The numbers are astounding, though. Like, first of all, I don't think we realize how much money Phil has made, right? We always talk about time. Phil, Mike, has made a lot of money. And with all the sponsorships and all the things over the years, I mean, he's just throwing it around. I'm more shocked at the amounts. Not that he's gambled. We knew that, or at least we thought. It's the amounts.
So here's the specifics on the Ryder Cup, because obviously had he bet on the Ryder Cup, that would be a major situation.
All right.
So he says that on September 2012, Walters, he's asking him to place a $400,000 bet on him and the rest of the U.S. Ryder Cup to win at Medina. Have you lost your blanking mind? Walters told Mickelson, according to an excerpt from the book. This is published in Golf Digest, by the way. If you got Golf Digest, you can read the excerpt. And that's where I read this earlier. So Walters writes, he asked Mickelson if you remember what happened to Pete Rose. And he said he was banned for baseball for life. He goes, you're seen as a modern-day Arnold Palmer. He goes, you'd risk all this for that? Billy says, I want no part of it. And Mickelson, he says, after a long pause on the telephone, says, all right. So the bet didn't go down for the Ryder Cup. Isn't that something?
That is something.
But the fact that he was that close to doing
it. Yeah. Chris just said to me he's worth $875 million.
Yeah. And again, look, everybody had their reason for taking the live golf. As Carl and I said, do you really care where your paycheck's coming from? But it's always been interesting about Phil that he's been the guy, and the legendary stories of the bets that are on the golf course and some of the practice rounds. That's what Phil does. Look, I got nothing against it. As my father said, if you can cover it, Like, as long as your family's taken care of, you're not hurting anybody, knock it out. But it is kind of crazy that number would be close to $1 billion. Even if Billy Walters is exaggerating, it's at least $750 million.
Still a lot of money. And here's the thing: it makes you wonder. All right, does he still do this?
Yeah.
Is he still active?
Yeah. Does a Tiger change?
I'm just saying, but he just got all that money from Live, Mike. Yeah,
right, I'm with you. Hey, man, what's the drunkest city off the top of your head? What do you think the drunkest city in America would be? It's not
Nashville.
It's not Las Vegas. It's not Nashville.
No.
Nope. It's there in the heartland of America. 3 guesses.
Chicago?
Just north. Milwaukee.
Really?
For the second year in a row, according to a survey from Insider Monkey, which obviously is right up there with Nielsen. Either way, excessive drinking rate at 24.6, the highest among cities in the USA. Now, for those who don't remember, a couple years ago, when Wisconsin went out to Utah to take on BYU, they literally drank all the booze in Provo. They drank all the booze. They had to bring truckloads in from Las Vegas, California, and whatever was left in Salt Lake City. So these people get it in, and that's why they always say if you ever make it to Camp Randall, I know that's Madison, but the Milwaukee folks like to get it in. According to the survey, Milwaukee has an excessive drinking rate, as I said, nearly 25%. Binge drinking, heavy drinking, alcohol use by, oh my God, including by pregnant women or anyone younger than 21. They check all the boxes. Helps the baby sleep.
Not only
go,
the baby.
Pack, go.
Not only the baby.
Hey, got some sad news for folks of King of the Hill. One of my favorite characters. I've often compared his voice to that of our own Bo Morgan and Jimbo Fisher, head coach of Texas A&M. Johnny Hardwick, the voice of Boomhauer, has passed away at age 64.
Man, I tell you what, Hank, about that dang old meaning of life, man. It's like this, man. He's like a butterfly flapping his wings deep down in the forest, man. It's going to cause a tree fall like 5,000 miles away, man. Ain't nobody see it. Nobody don't even happen. The baby's born into this world, and they don't got dang friends, got nothing but to go.
Wow.
Yeah, he was 64. Unfortunately, sad ending. He's living in Texas, and I guess neighbors or friends called the police to make a welfare check, so no cause of death reported, but apparently found in his house.
Yeah, and listen, great show. Oh, he's a part of one of the great shows, man. Hank Hill and King of the Hill. That's fun stuff.
You know what? Out about you, I've got 2 best buddies. I got a guy, Dave Powers. We went to Florida State together. He's from Vicksburg. I got another buddy in Charlotte, my buddy Dustin, and they both sound like King of the Hill.
Yeah.
And we still haven't put these 2 together because it's literally like, I'll tell you what, that boat sure looks seaworthy. We're going to go fishing. And my buddy Dave is the one that when I bought when I bought that Cadillac, I had the XLR, and it had like the retractable roof and everything. We picked it up in Texas, and we drove back home, went to New Orleans, went to Beau Rivage, and we pulled up in front of the Beau Rivage, and I'm doing putting the roof up, and the little kid goes, "Wow, it's like a transformer." And so my buddy Dave, just like King, goes, "Well, I guess we sure done validated that purchase." But anyway, so rest in peace, Boomhauer. Hey, one final nugget. You got a dog. I've got a dog. We got a lot of dog lovers. Chris, a dog lover out there. You ever seen your dog do the zoomies? You ever see your dog just start picking up and just start doing laps and just like tear-assing around your backyard?
Yes.
Apparently, there was a study by a group of vets, and they're saying that basically the zoomies, according to veterinarian and TV host Dr. Katrina Warren, reveals is basically the dog at his most frenetic random activity, and it's a sign of total happiness. So when they're showing that energy, basically there's a new acronym, FRAP, frenetic random activity periods for your dogs. My dog will do it. It's funny because sometimes we'll take him for a walk or we'll take him out for something and we'll get home and then he'll do the zoomies around the backyard. So basically, according to experts, they don't exactly know the cause, but they do say it is considered a sign of joy. So when your dog is zipping around and doing it, he's a very happy puppy.
That's awesome. Yeah, because you always wonder, like, what's wrong with you?
Right.
And they just turn it on.
Somebody should tell that to the lady at the dog park yesterday. That was a real pain.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, I told you, I got time. I got 10 seconds. I'll make it quick. So I go down to Peachtree City Dog Park, one of the best. There's a retired Army guy that I know down there. He's got a great boxer.
Yeah.
And my dog and his dog, they just go whipping around and he just chase and they have fun. And eventually he goes, well, I got to head home. He talks like King of the Hill, too. So he goes home.
I was going to say everybody sounds that way.
Ike's out there, and a lady had like this, I guess like a husky. And Ike does what he does, comes running up. Hey, what's going on? Let's play. And the lady goes, oh, your dog's being a bit aggressive.
Wow.
And I'm like, you know what? I was just like, no, okay, Karen.
Wow.
He's a happy dog. He's not biting. He's not barking. He ran up on him.
So she's got her dog on a leash?
No, the dog. It's a dog park. All the dogs are just doing
Off
this
the
thing.
leash. Okay.
I always think like dogs are a reflection of the owner.
Can be.
So if you're an uptight owner, you're gonna have an uptight dog. But anyway, Ike was having fun.
Yeah. Here's the thing I don't understand about that, Mike. If you feel that way, don't go to the dog park.
You know, my dog has issues with other dogs. Well, maybe the dog park's not the place.
Yeah, don't take your dog.
I've never seen so many people. I mean, my God, it's every other person I meet at dog parks. Either their dog or they're going through some kind of therapy. I mean, lighten up, people. Come on.
Hey, man, we got a lot more to get to. Braves lost today, and Mike and I are not liking what we're seeing right now, and we've got numbers to back it up. We're going to talk with Grant McCauley. Also, more college football news, but when we come back, we are getting ready for the first preseason game for our Falcons. What to expect? We're going to get into that coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It's good to have you listening. Lots going on. Braves lose. I'm already getting a lot of feedback, Mike, from guys who are saying, hey, we're not in trouble. You guys need to chill. And I get it. You look at the record and you go, oh, we're still out in first place. We're, X amount of games over 500. Nobody's really even close. But as I said, I just don't like the way things are trending, okay?
Right.
And it doesn't mean that we're going to fall apart like some other teams who were in first place, like the D-backs earlier this year. It doesn't mean that we're going to all of a sudden go on a 10-game losing streak. But I don't like the way things are trending, specifically, Mike, with starting pitching. And today, I'm not going to tell you this was Elder's fault, but, we got a 4-0 lead here, and all of a sudden we blow it.
Yeah, and I get it, and I promise you, I'm not rehashing the trade deadline. I'm just saying that I don't understand why Charlie Morton's the only big money we throw at pitching. You got salary control. Fried, they're eventually going to have to pay Fried at some point. Everyone is so young on this team. You got these arbitration-eligible years, right? So, I just don't understand why the starting pitching's got to be the island of misfit toys. It was last year. We brought in Jake Odorizzi. He was terrible. We've got a guy in Chorizo. He's terrible. And then, this doubleheader coming up in New York, we're going to have to throw Winans or Soroka, who's still not 100%. So, why are we monkeying around with this? And look, the trade deadline's come and gone. So regardless of a certain unnamed pitcher on a certain unnamed team in the NL East threw a no-hitter yesterday, that just could have been somebody we could have gotten because the ask wasn't that big. Moving it forward, the concern is what's going to happen in October. And Braves fans are of the opinion that they know to a certainty that Kyle Wright's going to pick up where he left off.
He is?
And this bullpen's going to get better.
Really?
The bullpen is not even remotely close to the 2021 night shift, Carl. And then, Elder, let's be honest, Mark Bowman from MLB Network put a number out there since the All-Star break. Braves starting pitching ERA is the worst in the show right now.
Yeah.
And Elder wobbled again today, blew a 4-run lead.
What if I told you it's worse than the Pirates starting pitching ERA? Like, they're not even in contention, and it's worse. So, as I said, you go back the last 6 games, our ERA for our starters is over 10. That's not trending in the right direction. More on this coming up with Grant McCauley in about 30 minutes, guys. Let's talk Falcons, Mike, because tomorrow, first preseason game starting right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, 5 o'clock. 7 o'clock is the kick. Here's what I expect, right? Young players, rookies, undrafted free agents. Right. Those are the guys that are going to get the long looks. Those are the guys that are going to be on the field the most. Does it mean that we don't start our first-team offense? I don't know. I don't know if Arthur Smith feels like, Mike, he got the work in that they needed to get in. We talked with Cameron Wolfe earlier. You'll hear that interview coming up later in the 6 o'clock hour from NFL Network, who was down there. Mm-hmm. He's covered the Falcons. He's been covering the Dolphins. And he was saying, look, Falcons looked impressive. Right? There were some things to be very excited about when you talk about these 2 days of practices. Right. So we don't know if Arthur Smith said, you know what, I got enough out of him, and I'm not going to start those guys.
Well, Arthur Smith talking to the media saying that he's liking the decision-making from Desmond Ridder. Things are popping.
Yep.
And it's been darn good, I'm paraphrasing. So that's good news. And, yeah, I get it. We all want to see all the starters, to your point, everybody come out. I want to see – guys want to tune up the TV on Friday night. There's Pitts, there's Drake London. You might not get all that. So, but did they get the work in? Because even by Miami reporters' opinions, the Falcons look solid. So if Ridder looked good enough that he's only going to play a series or two, maybe that, even though most Falcon fans will say, look, he only played 4 games. Not knocking the guy. And as we talked earlier, and you'll hear from Cameron Wolfe, it's not that he's effective, but is he popping? Is he, or I guess I'll counter my own statement. Does he have to even pop in this offense? I mean, people want to see the big vertical passing game. I get all that. But with the weapons and the way we're going to run the ball, does he have to be that guy anyway?
Yeah, I just don't know if you're going to see enough of that in the preseason. You'd like to get maybe an explosive player too, but it's still basic, Mike. You're not showing a whole lot with teams you're going to, everybody's watching everybody. So you're going to do basic things, but it's about execution. Even with the basic things, you can still move the football, right? It's not like you have to go deep into the playbook. So, yeah, I don't know if he needs to pop. He just needs to be consistent and don't turn the ball over. And that's kind of what he's done in these 2 practices. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Falcon Report, guys, as we talk about what we expect tomorrow. And Coach said this, too, by the way. If we feel like we need to play some of the vets early, we'll play them. If we think we can hold off a week and we want to play the young guys, we'll have to wait and see and evaluate. So he's leaving it wide open as to how he wants to potentially do this or who will maybe see some time. But I'll say this. The positions that need the most work, this is the question. Is it left guard? Isn't that one of the positions?
I mean, Bergeron's gotten all the good news. I mean, like there's a silver lining to the Hennessy injury is that Bergeron's gotten all the big snaps with the first team. And I haven't heard anything written about Bergeron embarrassing himself or getting worked by people. Matter of fact, there was a couple Dolphins media members who said they were impressed at how the Falcons' offensive line manhandled the Dolphins' defensive line.
Cornerback number 2. Right now, with the injury to Okudah, isn't that a position that needs work? All these guys rotating in?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, D. Alford, are you going to go with a guy with a little more experience? Or do you say Clark Phillips is, he's a rock star on the rise? Give him a shot?
I think so. The quarterback thing is, and I've said this, Taylor Heinicke is going to be the backup. We know that. I don't necessarily know, Mike, how much he will actually play compared to the third-string quarterback that they may still feel like they need to figure some things out with. But it is something to look at. And then, defensively, guys, I don't know if the D-line needs a lot of work. I don't expect to see Grady and Calais, and you said it, some of these guys. But maybe some of the other guys in the secondary or even at the linebacker position, because we talk about depth. We've talked a lot about Caden Ellis and Anderson. What about the guys behind those guys?
Right. And also, I know that because we've talked about the depth and defense, so I guess we're going to see a little bit of Arnold Ebiketie, Tay Davis, Michael Walker, Okundeji, Taquan Graham. So those are the guys. And also, maybe a guy you'll see on Friday is Zach Harrison.
Yes.
And coaches actually mentioned him specifically as a guy who's really been throwing down. So, and again, this is the big dude. Some guys felt it was a steal because of his upside in the third round out of Ohio State.
All right, guys, want to hear from you, your expectations as Friday is approaching. And, again, I don't want to take too much. I don't want to put too much on a first preseason game, especially not knowing what the guys are going to play. Game 2, that'll be against Cincinnati.
Right.
I think we're going to see a little bit more because that's really the litmus test before you get to the final preseason game, Mike. Falcons-Pittsburgh on the 24th, and then you get like 2 weeks. Then the season starts.
Right.
Okay?
Well, I mean, if you're looking for battles, how about number 19, Penny Hart?
Okay.
You and I were calling Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
But this guy's 5'8". He's making some great catches. This dude every time in the red zone, he had a nice catch. All right, everybody's favorite. Give me the Frank Darby laugh. Frank Darby, he may get cut. He may make the team. He had a nice touchdown when we were up at practice last week.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's where we're looking for depth because these are, for what it's worth, these are some of the dudes. Kaderil Hodge was on middays. Frank Darby, Patty Hart, Josh Ali. Those are some of the dudes that are going to be battling for the wide receiver job. Because for the most part, this wide receivers are set. Scotty Miller will be in the slot when he's on the field. Cordero Patterson's going to get some shots at wide receiver. It's going to be a little bit different. And a lot of 2 tight end sets.
Tua, by the way, asked about the Falcons' defense, says, I got to give him credit. They look really good. That's Tua, okay?
Who said that?
Tua Tagovailoa. He said they're executing defensive-wise for the most part. I just got to give him props. That's what Tua said over these last couple of days. Now, Mike, here's the thing. When you think about where we spent our money, okay, it's got to be better. $106 million in free agency, $64 million for Jesse Bates. That's not 1 year. We know this is over the course of his contract. But David Onyemata, $35 million. Calais Campbell, $7 million. When Mike and I were talking about adding Calais Campbell, we were like, yeah, $3 million, maybe. $7 million. As soon as we heard that, he was like, he's starting.
Well, that means more than 25 snaps a game.
You got to be a dude, right? So, but we've spent a lot of money on the defense, and then you drafted offense. This is where we're at. So for Tua to say, got to give him credit, they look really good. I don't think he's saying that for his health.
Yeah, and we've talked about, again, the guy, I'm going to stick by it. I think we made these predictions about a couple months ago. I think Caden Ellis is going to be one of the young stars, one of the stars on this defense. A dude who did a good job in New Orleans, who nobody ever heard of before we got him. People looked up and they were like, 7 sacks. This guy actually got after it. I think Onyemata, you talked about it. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Grady gets in there. Maybe Grady gets some sacks as opposed to having 3 guys trying to tackle him. Like usually look like there's like 1,000 guys on him, like Gulliver's Travels. But Grady's trying to burst through.
That's the thing. I think if anybody's going to benefit from having these other guys around him, that is going to be key for Grady Jarrett. I just think so. So we'll see. I mean, tomorrow will be fun. It's always fun to see what your team looks like to start the first preseason game, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk, or you'll get a chance to see some of the guys Mike and I have been talking about at practice here the last week and a half or so. But everybody's trying to earn a job, Mike. And if they're not trying to earn a job here, you know that. They're trying to earn a job somewhere else.
Right,
So
you're putting stuff on tape.
Yeah, you're trying to get it in.
The kind of stuff we'd normally see on Hard Knocks.
But we're not seeing that kind of stuff. 404-726-0929.
Exactly.
Hey, that is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Follow us, guys. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. We're also on YouTube. Whispers. His name's Jason. He's running our cameras at 929 The Game. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. Mike, our buddy Bob Herrick writes for Sports Illustrated. Just put a story out that says Phil Mickelson says he did not bet on the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
Phil's quote, "I would never undermine the integrity of the game." He's already responding to this stuff.
Yeah, Billy said that he basically talked him out of it. So Phil said he would never. Well, I mean, you got a professional gambler and you got Phil, and they're pals. And Phil bets on everything else, so why not the Ryder Cup?
Yeah, he's trying to dispel that. All right, we got more to get to, guys. What is the deal with college football? What if I told you the ACC presidents and chancellors met, and yet nothing came out of it? Where is all of this going? And the latest on the Dogs quarterback situation. We'll tell you about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's all that. What just happened? I was walking down the hall.
Yeah, because it happened to me. Look, two things actually happened to me. First is, if you don't know somebody and you're going to the bathroom together, you don't have to talk to me. I don't know you. You don't know me. You don't have to make small talk.
When you say going together, you mean
we're in there at the same time.
Okay.
So I was in there. You know what? Isn't that kind of weird? You know, say, yeah. I mean, if you go in with somebody maybe you work with or you know, and you're still chatting about something, but if you're in there and somebody's trying to talk you up and you don't know the dude, it's like, just take.
Well, but did he know you?
No, I've never met the guy in my life.
Did he know your voice?
No.
Because that happened to me the other day.
Guy trying to be nice, Freaky.
I know,
that's
but
all.
okay, it just felt weird.
Yeah.
The second thing is, then he leaves, and then I'm kind of bored. Have you ever done this? Have you ever just when you're bored in the bathroom? Have you ever opened up your wallet just to kind of look in your wallet to see what you got in your wallet?
Well, are you loaded? Like you got hundreds in there? What's going on?
No, but I realized like I have an old lottery ticket, and then I look at it, I go, I've got a receipt from. This is Waffle House. I've got a receipt from a sushi place. I got a Carrabba's receipt in there.
Hey, love Carrabba's.
And then I've got something that my wife wanted me to do, written down a long time ago.
Obviously, you didn't do it.
No, I did it. It's just been sitting in my wallet for about a month.
Well, that's a lot of junk in your wallet.
Before we move forward with this story, I think I'm speaking for a large, maybe if not the entire portion of our audience when I say, how does one become bored in the bathroom?
You've never sat in the bathroom and been bored?
There's this invention called a cell phone.
Oh, I left my phone in here.
That's a rookie mistake, John.
So he started.
So the visual for everyone out there is John fidgeting through his wallet.
Yeah, he started going through his wallet.
Bored.
Okay. No, I just wondered. I saw your face, and you're like, I'm not going to believe what happened.
Yeah, I know. Well, dude is talking me up. I'm like, really? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I was walking in the other day, and the guy goes, "How you doing?" I said, "Hey, good afternoon." I know that voice in the door, like the door's closing behind me, right?
Okay.
And so now I feel guilty because I'm like, "Oh, hey, thank you." I want to say,
right.
I'm like, "Hey," and I'm going into the bathroom, so I'm like, "Hey, I gotta go. I gotta get back. Thank you." And the guy's like, "No problem. I listen every day." The door closes.
Yeah,
but we didn't talk.
I know. This guy's like actually wanting to engage conversation. Doesn't know who I am. And he's wanting to, talk about the weather and I don't know what. It's like the dude that sits in the bathroom and talks on his cell phone, that guy. I don't know what happens in the women's restroom. I don't go in there, but I mean.
I don't think that stuff's happening.
I mean, the dude carrying on the conversation it's like, dude, not here. Not time and place.
Can we mention something real quick? And we're going to hear from Drew Butler coming up here in less than 15 minutes. Co-host of the Steakhouse, former UGA punter.
Can I throw these receipts away, by the way?
You should.
Well, I want to know what you got from Waffle House.
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
Hang on, sorry.
You could have read that to your new friend.
I don't think it has your order on there. I think it just has.
I don't know. Maybe it does. I have to open it up here.
Are you smothered and covered?
No, I just think it has the totals.
It just has the totals.
Yeah, that's a disappointment.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you what I get all the time. I mean, I get chicken, I get 3 eggs, and I get double plate with scattered and smothered and sometimes peppered.
That may need to be our last call tonight. What's your Waffle House?
I don't do the covered. I don't put cheese on.
You don't like the cheese on there?
No, I like onions and sometimes jalapenos.
Well, you're not a real American.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't
You
born
have
here.
you have so many options at Waffle House. It's awesome.
I know it is.
It's awesome. I got introduced to that whole waffle, putting the peanut butter on there, and oh yeah.
Well, see, I don't eat waffles. I hate them.
What?
I hate waffles.
Oh, the peanut butter on the waffle, and she was like, "Honey, you want this on there?" And I was
you
like,
can have
"Yes."
my waffle. No waffle, no French
Yes.
toast, no pancakes. Like that.
Oh no!
I want to get bacon and ham, and I want Tabasco on everything.
Well, Tabasco on the eggs, but we got to talk about the waffle
browns,
thing.
on the bacon.
It's called Waffle House.
Yeah, I know, and I go for it should be hash brown house.
Yeah, the hash browns are good. All right, there you go, Turtle. You're right.
All right, man. We talked about, speaking of beef, Carl's unbelievable purchases at the butcher shop. That sounds mighty impressive. What if I told you there are scientists in Australia that have come up with a woolly mammoth meatball? Is that something you'd be interested in eating? Some creature that hasn't existed for millions of years on this planet turned into a meatball the size of a softball.
Okay, so what's it look like? Because when I think of a woolly mammoth, I think of hair.
No, I mean, it's the meat. I mean, just like with a chicken, you're not eating the feathers.
All right, so they're going to serve this, and they could tell me it's buffalo.
Well, they're not going to serve it because since the woolly mammoth has not been around for millions and millions of years, the scientists said that they're hesitant to try to eat it on the account of the animal being well past its expiration date.
Okay.
And because it's so old that there could be something in it that would kill you. They said that apparently there's stuff in there that, maybe has not evolved and our digestive system couldn't handle it, and you might have all sorts of problems if you took a bite out of it. But they did it for blanks and giggles. An Australian food firm is talking about this. Yes, resurrected flesh. They found a mammoth, and they actually did take a small sample size of the meat, and then, of course, they got to make it with something else because you don't have enough meat on the bone because it's, it's like
you got to substitute.
It's like a 10 million year old beef jerky on a bone kind of woolly mammoth. It doesn't look like what you see on Fred Flintstone.
Okay, so this is like the meatless meat.
They take a little bit of meat, and then they apparently mix it using some stem cells, and then they take it with, I'll give you the science here, a DNA sequence with a mammoth myoglobin muscle protein responsible for flavor. Then they filled in the missing gene links with DNA of an elephant, which is the closest relative to the woolly mammoth.
Okay.
And then apparently, I guess they take it from either a goat or whatever, or a cow, and then that's where they pat the meatball together.
What is this, Jurassic Park?
Exactly. Jurassic Park evoking process. The Guardian newspaper in England was talking to the doctors and the scientists who made this. They said it was ridiculously easy and fast to develop. The hybrid protein developed in a couple of weeks. But scientists, as we said, hesitant to try on the account of the animal not being around for many years. You may just eat it and die.
Okay, I'll pass.
So basically, it's just a publicity stunt for these scientists forever. You might want to know, Singapore is the only country where lab-grown meats can legally be sold to consumers. And this is the wave of the future, by the way.
I'll pass. Here's the
synthetic meat.
What sauce am I eating this with?
Well, what would Fred Flintstone use? Yabba dabba doo.
Because that's my other thing. I would just be afraid to taste it.
I guess you'd use some A-Rock.
A-Rock? Not A1, A-Rock.
I think a side of bone marrow or something like that.
And bone marrow's good, by the way. Have you had bone marrow before?
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's unbelievable.
The bone marrow appetizer. Oh, the one they used to have at Yardbird.
Great.
The one down in Miami, the one in Vegas. Giddy up. By the way, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration declared cultivated chicken safe to eat, meaning it's perhaps not too long before a steak from concentrate is on the menu here in the U.S.
Listen, and for all of you who are into the meatless meat thing, God bless you. I'm not. I don't want my meat with soy and peas and mushrooms and various, wheat gluten and coconut oil. I want meat.
I've tried some of those meatless burgers, and they should say flavorless burgers. They're terrible.
No, I know people are on this, but I'm just saying, that's what this sounds like to me.
But if you could do this and they could...
And then you're going to disguise it as a woolly mammoth piece of meat.
But if you could... There's the novelty of me going to Wendy's like, can I have the number 18 pterodactyl burger, please? You got a little bit of... Or actually, it's a bird. It'd be the pterodactyl sandwich. It would be the pterodactyl burger.
Sir, would you like a wing or claw?
Yes. And I'd like that meat tusk, please.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
This hour brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. It's Dukes and Bell, guys. A couple of things going on. First and foremost with the Dogs. Mike Bobo spoke today, Mike, and he had a lot to say. I'm going to give Mike Bobo the benefit of the doubt and say, until I see how this offense looks with him at the helm and how many points they're scoring, I don't think there's going to be that much of a fall off. But I'll say this. Mike Bobo said something that made me really kind of perk up today, and I'm going to read this quote to you. He says, outside of being pleased with the quarterbacks, but he was talking about the offense itself. And he says, as a play caller, it's all about players, not plays. That's your number one job as a play caller. If a guy's got a unique ability, Brock Bowers, to make plays and plays that turn into explosive plays, we've got to do a great job, Mike, as a staff in finding plays and designing plays.
Right.
He's absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, don't sit there and jam the athletes into your system. Fit your system to what they do best and put your guys in a position to succeed. It's pretty simple. You know, it's funny. We were talking about this earlier in the Dog Report, and I said to Carl, maybe I've been approaching this the wrong way about Carson Beck. Maybe he'd be better. Maybe he's better than Stetson Bennett. What if that? Never even thought about that.
It could be.
You know, maybe the light goes on and he gets in there and you know, he looked pretty good in the spring game, by all accounts. And, and again, sometimes that's hard to quantify, but it just give you a different take as opposed to the usual, which is as long as Carson Beck doesn't screw up, maybe he's really up for the task now.
Georgia, again, averaged 41 points a game last season. We know what they did, and we know how it ended. But for those of you who are saying, okay, Bobo, I'm going to judge him on the last time he was here, that was 2014. And you know, as we said, that's a long time ago. I think he's grown as a coach, Mike. I think he's grown as a person. But he says he's pleased with all three quarterbacks. Their first scrimmage is Saturday, so we're going to learn more. But he says we've been focused on the process and each install and what we can control in the moment. Those guys have done a great job. So he's not telling us somebody's playing better than someone else.
Yeah, and I know we brought this up a few times when Bobo's name first came up. He was going to replace Todd Monken. And it's not a knock on Mark Richt. I just don't think when you look through go back and you look at those teams, and then you look where Kirby is, this is the team that Georgia always should have been. You and I were just talking off the air about, Texas.
Yep.
And they've always got the recruits, but they always seem to screw it up. And Georgia, for years, had this talent, and Mark Richt got you close. And, yeah, heck, you probably should have found a way in 2012 to get by Alabama, but you couldn't figure out how to stop their run game. Whatever. Bobo, because the margin for error was so much slimmer, becomes a bigger focal point. And there's a lot more room for error. Not that there's going to be mistakes because, the Kirby's teams are much more disciplined than Mark Richt's teams were.
Bobo talking about the pressure. He says it comes with a job. I've sat in this chair. I understand those pressures. I think I'm older, and I have more experience to handle those pressures and focus on our football team, especially our offense. What am I in charge of? To get them ready to practice on a daily basis and to play on Saturdays. I think Bobo's going to be fine. I just do. And here's the thing. Would you say, and this is not a knock on the guys that play for Bobo, because I know a lot of those guys listen, but I do think the talent has been upgraded. I do think, Mike, the recruiting classes went from, all right, top 5, top 10, to consistently 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. The talent now that he has, it may be better than what it was when he was here last time in 2014. And again, last time he was here, he's handing up ball off to Nick Chubb. Chubb may be the best running back in the NFL right now.
Had Todd Gurley, right?
Come on.
I mean, you think about, and then no Sean Moreno, just because they would go into, I've always, the 07 team, I know you always reference it, losing to Tennessee, stupid special team screw-ups against South Carolina.
But you put that on the head coach, right?
Yeah, but that's ancient history. This team is so much deeper. That's the thing. You have those individual guys, just kind of like, how Auburn would win a championship because they've got some special athletes with Cam and company. This is what Georgia's pumping out year after year.
Yeah.
Mark Richt might have that class every 2 or 3 years in hindsight. And so that's where, I just think it's in a much better place, but I still understand why for some folks, Bobo becomes it's Mike Bobo, because he always was that lightning rod.
Well, he's also the quarterback's coach. So that's also something else that's added into this. But I think
he's also a hell of a recruiter.
Yeah, but I think working with the quarterbacks on a day-to-day basis and then calling the plays, there should be this synergy that's going on. All right, if there isn't, then we're going to see. But as I said, I'm going to give him to like the South Carolina game before I start really diving in on he's doing this or he's not doing that. UT Martin, come on now. I mean, they don't score 50. Mike, we could score 50.
Yeah, always a tricky one. Guys were asking me the other day, do you bet on that? Early season's so hard to see if Kirby's going to.
You don't know what's going to, what he's going to do. I mean,
because, the good news is, like, they came in at Mercedes-Benz and just absolutely beat the snot out of Oregon last year. So
unexpected too.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was funny because a guy hit us up this earlier last week. Goes, yeah, remember you guys were pumping up Oregon? No, on our show on Dukes and Bell, we give you every angle. And here's what Oregon does well, and it didn't matter because Georgia. Remember we were talking about their linebacker core and all this had no bearing on the game. Oregon got smoked.
But remember, they leave here, okay, and everybody said, "Look, 3,000 miles away." Dan Lanning's first game, and they gave him all the excuses. But they went back. They won 10 games last year. That ended up being a really good team. They just weren't on Georgia's level. But who was?
Gotcha. See, that's where it's kind of two kind of Georgia fans right now. Don't become that Alabama fan where you think it's a birthright and everything's just going to everybody in college football is just going to roll over for you. But I think there are some Georgia fans who kind of still pinching themselves, like three-peat. Like my buddy Dale, King Kamehameha, class of '88, three-peat.
Yeah, it's
I
hard
mean,
to
it sounds
believe.
like a fantasy. So, but yeah, so let's look at it as glass half full. Maybe Carson Beck does some things that maybe Bennett, he might be even better than Bennett was. He knew when to pull it down. He knew when to run with it. He knew when to move the chain. He just always found that way. How is Carson Beck going to be able to do some of that stuff or not?
I hope he is. They are dealing with some injuries at running back, but with Bobo speaking today, he's making it plain and clear. Not a lot is going to change, and all the other coaches are going to be. This is a collaboration. He's going to get it just like Todd Monken got it. Right? What are you guys thinking? What can we do? How do we do it? And as you get into the season and you start game planning for these games, Mike, I think he's going to have everybody behind him. And I think this is not going to be – I really just don't think it's going to be an issue. If it is, guys, I will be surprised. I really will be.
We talked about Kendall Milton a few weeks ago with Connor Riley from Dog Nation.
Yes.
And it just seems like he can't seem to catch a break to stay healthy. He's going to finally be able to ball out. Because just for argument's sake, if the running backs, if they're thin and there's injuries – and then you're even getting a game like South Carolina or Auburn, I'll go back to that Auburn game I mentioned earlier, and you're one-dimensional, well, that's a problem.
It's a big problem.
Yeah, you want that balance.
It's a big problem.
Then we will really find what Carson Beck is made out of maybe as early as that Auburn game.
What do you guys think, man? How you feeling about this? 404-726-0929 as we talk about Mike Bobo. Now, Mike, let's talk about the other story in college football, and that is that the ACC presidents met. But nothing came out of this, okay? And the reason why they met is because they thought, at least some of them maybe, that they were going to take a vote, Mike, and maybe go ahead and say, hey, if Cal and Stanford want to come, we want to offer the invitation. Let's get this wrapped up. Let's get these teams into the ACC. That didn't happen. And so now I'm going, okay, so what's the next meeting going to be? Because if you were reluctant to do it now with the momentum and all that's happened this last week and people freaking out about the Pac-12, when are you going to do it, Mike? I don't think this happens.
Yeah, and I think there's probably a bunch of schools in the ACC saying, what do we get out of Cal and Stanford other than longer plane rides? I mean, they're not good. We spoke with, I forget the name of the beat writer from the Oregonian we had on the show the other day, was saying that, Stanford is the worst, might be the worst team in the Pac-12 in their final year of existence. And Cal is a financial disaster. Their entire athletic department is a shambles. Why would you want to bring that into your conference?
So no vote was taken. But here's the other part, right? I mean, if this is a numbers game, and it is, if you are saying, hey, look at what the Big Ten has done, they're going to eventually have 18 teams. SEC's got 16. Big 12's going to have 16. If it's a numbers game, then we need to add. And I think that's what this conversation was about. But it's also, are we adding the right teams? Are we adding the right pieces?
I mean, I'd rather have Oregon State. At least they're ranked. I mean, but that means less than 0 to an ACC fan. It doesn't make any sense. Notre Dame, for what it's worth, Jack Swarbrick, the AD, sticks his nose in the ACC conversation.
Of course he does.
And he says that apparently, the notion that 2 of the very best academic institutions in the world who also play D1 sports could be abandoned in this latest chapter of realignment is an indictment of Cal's athletics. Yes, it's a terrible world we live in, Jack, but we're not putting Cal and Stanford in the ACC. Why don't you pick a conference already? Because Notre Dame, they don't play all the other sports, but again, it's just 4 games in the ACC. The comments today, which I loved, came from Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly brought up something which I think is brilliant. Keep all your conference affiliations so all the sports that are less popular can still maintain their regionality. You don't have to fly cross country. That makes no sense.
Right.
And also stay alive, financially feasible. Just have your Power 65 or your Power 50. And there are no conference allegiances, and everyone's an independent for football.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant idea. It's something I'm not saying I'm brilliant, but I've been saying for years, they should just do this. The best 50 or 60 teams, create your own thing, tell the NCAA, sorry, you go run March Madness. We're going to create our own thing. And then that way you can keep all your natural rivals in place, and you schedule how you want to schedule.
Yeah, he said group of 5 and then Power 5. So you'd have 65 Power 5 schools, all independent in football. But it doesn't mean that you don't play who you've played traditionally. But you could also add to that if you wanted to, or, subtract. And then the group of 5, which are the non-power 5s. And he said, then we'd have 2 championships. We'd have our playoff, they'd have theirs.
Right.
And then you'd have basketball, volleyball, tennis, whatever else. Those sports regionally, so you don't have to spend the money on the travel, which is what football supports, by the way.
As Chip said, we only travel, we travel once a week.
Right.
Generally 12 times a year. And so I just thought, look, I don't know what you think about Chip Kelly with UCLA, but I said this for years. The top 50 is the top 50. Just create your own league and settle it. And then, by the way, if you do come up with your own commissioner and how you run it, Carl, better TV package. And you maybe split the TV package amongst the networks. Find a way.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy.
Problem with the ACC right now is you've got institutions who are already looking for a way out, and they don't care who's looking for a way in.
Right.
And until you have everybody on the same page, it's not going to matter. When you have institutions looking for a way out, when the other schools are saying we need to invite these schools in, it's not going to mesh.
Right.
All right, guys, coming up, we'll find out from Grant what he thought about the Braves today as they take an L from the Pirates. It was not a pretty situation. We had a lead, let it go, bullpen issues. We'll talk with Grant McCauley next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out. It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
What happened today with our Braves? It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's bring in Grant McCauley, who covers the Braves for us, covers baseball. And Grant, we lose 5-7. All right, 7-5, should I say, to the Pirates today. But, you know, I'm watching this game. Mike and I, we come in today. We got a 4-0 lead. You're feeling good, and then they score 3, and then all of a sudden we have a game. What failed us today? What happened?
Well, I think as it has been the case throughout the course of this road trip, you were not able to get out of your starting pitcher what you needed to get. But I think that the Braves ended up in a position where, based on how much they've had to use their bullpen, they were trying to do two things. Number one, win the game. But number two, get as much out of their starter as they could to avoid having to have the bullpen cover 4 more innings. And that, unfortunately, is what ended up happening. And one of the things that happens when a starter goes out in the 6th inning and gives up a single and a double is a reliever gets put into a very difficult situation with runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. So that kind of opened the door up for the Pirates to continue what they've been doing, which was chipping away at the lead. They had a play at the plate where it was kind of that game of inches again today when you're in a close game where if that play goes your way, as it was originally called, maybe things look a little bit different. But unfortunately, we've had to say maybe and what if quite a bit over the course of the last 6 ball games.
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of the win in Milwaukee, Elder has really struggled. ERA was 5.96 back in July, and it's going to be over 10 now between the 2 losses to start August. So, I mean, I know I've asked you a few times about Kranitz. What do you do? Is it simply just a matter he's got to locate better? I mean, because as you said, Grant, he's never going to overpower the hitters with his stuff. He's got to be really precise.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like he threw all together that badly today. I mean, the inning that started to come apart for him, in addition to that play at the plate, I think, so we can go back, is Bryce Elder throws a strike and ends up with a hit batsman because the elbow guard was leaning over into the strike zone. That, I think, kind of got him off his rhythm a bit, and I don't really blame him, but that's not a reviewable play, and you kind of have to put it behind you as quickly as you can, which is easy to say when you're not the person that actually has to go out there and do it. But I don't really feel like he pitched that badly today, but he was not able to get the outs when he needed them to. The Orlando Arcia play, having the Austin Riley play, not going home a little bit later in that game. I know he wasn't able to get a good handle on it. That kind of felt like, I don't know if it's me, maybe at that point in the 6th inning, it's worth the risk of trying to go home and get that out. I'm not sure he would have gotten him, but it just felt like one of those kind of days for Atlanta where it was not just one thing. It wasn't just, bad pitching and home runs right and left. It was honestly a little bit of everything, and it just was not going Bryce Elder's way. So to go back to the question about, Rick Kranitz or whoever it may be, they can continue to look for ways to game plan and to execute and to sequence pitches and things like that. It's just really about going out there and getting it done in the moment. And unfortunately for the Braves and for Bryce Elder at times, in the midst of all of this, he was not able to get it done, get the pitches he needed, and get the outs and the outcomes that he was looking for.
Grant McCauley joining us. So as you look at, what's been going on with the team, I think part of our deal for Braves fans is, we're so far out in front, Grant, we've been saying this, we're nitpicking, right? We're just trying to find things that are wrong. I've said today, I just don't like the way this is trending. It doesn't mean that I don't believe in the team or that we're not going to get to where we want to be, but it's not trending in the right direction. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, nothing about this is fun, and I don't think anybody's trying to, prop it up and say, oh, yeah, everything just looks fine, it's going great, because there are areas, and as we've talked about quite a bit, especially on this road trip, whether it's a base running mistake, whether it's, a fielding mistake or a miscue or a missed opportunity. I mean, it's hard for me to fault the Braves offense because, they go out there and they score the number of runs they do in a 4-game series. I think you feel like you should be able to take 3 out of 4 in that series, and they were unable to do that. But there were a bunch of missed opportunities to add on runs, even in the couple of games that they won, to have more opportunities to, maybe have it be a bigger margin of victory. I don't know that makes anybody feel that much better, but when you can get it going a little bit better and the offense is able to do what it does help make up for some of the other things that haven't been working. But there's no way around what has gone on with the starting rotation not being able to get it done. And we're not talking about one guy. And we're not talking about one trade at the deadline that would have changed all this, because even if you go out and get Michael Lorenzen like the Phillies did, and he goes out and throws 2 great starts, including a no-hitter against the powerhouse Washington Nationals, you're still not going to be able to fix what happened to Spencer Strider and Charlie Morton and Bryce Elder and Max Fried. Unfortunately, even if he takes, say, Yanni Chirinos' place in the rotation, and that was a game that the Braves won. So I just don't know that there's one easy answer to look at and say that it would be able to fix everything. You've just got to have some guys make some individual adjustments, get back on track, and feel like that their track records and the things they were accomplishing throughout the course of the season early on, or flat out in their careers and time with the Atlanta Braves, is going to be what they're going to be moving forward, as opposed to what we're seeing right now, really for the last 3-4 weeks, especially in the second half for this team and the starting rotation in particular.
It is the best baseball man in town. Grant McCauley, as Mark Bowman pointed out, the highest ERA right now amongst starters is the Braves since the All-Star break, so that's a struggle. Not going to rehash the trade deadline. I just want to ask you a question philosophically about Double-A. Does he have an aversion to spending big money on starting pitching other than Charlie Morton? Because I know Charlie got the $20 million to come back, but do we just not want to take on those contracts? Because, the elite pitcher, it just seems like we're scrambling almost every summer now. We're scrambling.
Yeah, there has been some of that, but I would say, look at some of the big contracts that have been given out to pitchers. I mean, the Yankees signed Carlos Rodon, and he missed half of the year. I mean, Max Scherzer has not been the same guy that he was prior to signing the big deal with the Mets. He's been hurt the last couple of years. Now Texas has taken a gamble on that, and speaking of Texas, they gambled on Jacob deGrom, and they lost big. Justin Verlander has been fine this year when he's been out there, but he hasn't been the same guy that he was a year ago. And when you're talking about spending $40+ million for some of these arms, $35 million, these just seem like bets that don't really pay off in the level that because you're paying for past performance. Right. And I think if there's anything to say that there's an aversion to spending, if you don't want to throw money after a problem that's just not smart money. And I think that's kind of what they've been going at. And Charlie Morton, as much as people look at, well, he's making $20 million. That is the kind of calculated risk that I feel like you can take on a certain arm, and there will be a point of diminishing returns, and we might be in the middle of that. Again, no disputing that. The numbers are what they are, and nobody is able to pitch forever, father time's undefeated, so on and so forth. But I haven't seen a contract out there that I'm like, man, I really wish the Braves had given this guy, at 40 years old, 39 years old, $130 million for the next 3 years, because it just doesn't feel like a thing that's going to go particularly well. And by and large, with some of these big pitcher contracts, and I don't know if you can find one maybe out there recently you might be thinking of that's worked out that well, I just don't really feel like they do.
Right. And I guess, maybe I'm not going to go back too late. I said it. I'm going to, renting Flaherty or something like that or whatever. By the way, Fried, one more year of arbitrage. He'll be 30 next year. When are they going to give Fried a contract, or they are not going to give Fried a big contract?
I think we're going to find out over the course of the next year. And obviously the injuries that have played a big part of his season this year, not the kind of thing that either he nor the Braves really wanted to go through. But he's just got to come back and prove himself healthy and continue to do the things that he has done the last 4 or 5 years as one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball. So I think the contract possibility is still very much out there, but is that big free agent money, that kind of deal that Carlos Rodon got, which was $165, $175 million? Is there a team out there that's going to give that to Max Fried? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, as it always is, when you get closer to free agency, what the possibilities are for extensions. It's not the same as we've seen with the Spencer Striders, Michael Harris's, Austin Riley's, Matt Olson's, all these guys that have signed deals, Sean Murphy more recently than that, Acuna and Albies, maybe the biggest examples ever, signing after their first full years in the big leagues. Just one of those things that, it's an inexact science to figure out exactly who's going to get an extension when and how much it's going to be. But I know a lot of people, including a lot of people in that clubhouse, would love to have Max Fried around for some time to come.
Yeah, I think that's why I was surprised with the Strider deal, because, to take a chance on a pitcher that early, even though he does have special stuff, you just don't see teams doing that. They want to play it out and see how good he's going to be over the course of 3 or 4 years. Grant, let's talk about the Mets, man. What are you expecting over the weekend?
Well, this is a Mets club that, as I mentioned with a couple of the names that came up, have been selling off some parts and have not played well since the All-Star break and since the trade deadline on top of that. I mean, this is it's the classic case for a club like the Braves that has, shown the offensive capability of winning some baseball games to really start to get right. And they're going to need to do that this weekend in what's going to be a difficult, schedule for the Braves, certainly, because they got Friday's game, Saturday's doubleheader, and then Sunday night baseball before they turn around and come back to Truist Park, and then they face the New York Yankees, and the San Francisco Giants are in right after that. So they're in quite a roll of clubs where they need to kind of win the series that are out there in front of them for the taking. And I think this Mets series, more than it's ever been at any point in the last maybe couple of years, is a series there for the taking for the Braves, and they need to be able to do just that this weekend.
All right, man. Let's hope that's the case. Good stuff. Braves lose today, guys, getting out of Pittsburgh. Hopefully we can get this stuff turned around and guys can get their corrections in and fix their own selves, because there's, to Mike's point, I don't think there's too much anybody can do. Some of this stuff is just guys getting back to where we need them to be. Grant, great job. Yep. When are you on this weekend, by the way?
I'll be on Sunday from 5 to 7. We're going to talk a lot about everything that's going on with the Atlanta Braves and also the crazy story of Orioles announcer Kevin Brown. I'm going to get into all of that. That is something I have never seen, never heard of before across Major League Baseball. Some really interesting stuff. So from the Diamond, you can find it 5 to 7 here on 92.9 The Game on Sunday.
Yeah, O's a little sensitive, weren't they? Hey, Grant, great job, man. Appreciate you.
Take care, guys.
All right, guys. Braves have some work to do. And again, it's not as if we've fallen out of first place and we've gone on a 10-game losing streak. It's just these little things are not allowing us to win these games.
Right. You're hoping that Kyle Wright will come back and just fall right into the mix. The bullpen pieces will come back. I mean, it's just bullpen isn't as good as 21.
No.
And for whatever reason, the starting pitching is really, really wobbled. And you got a doubleheader coming up. You're going to see Winans or Soroka. That's not optimal right now.
All right, coming up, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines around sports. Also, you will hear Cameron Wolf from NFL Network talk about how good he thinks the Falcons have looked this week against the Dolphins. Tomorrow, we'll get a chance to see a little bit of that with the first preseason game. Pre-game at 5, kicks at 7, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Lots of stuff going on in the world of sports. Glad you are here with Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show, Dukes and Bell. Here's the deal, guys. As we've been talking about the Falcons, we had a great conversation with Cameron Wolfe from NFL Network. You'll hear it in 15 minutes as he talks about the positives he saw this week with the Falcons. And, Mike, there are a lot of them. I know some of you don't want to buy in. Whatever. That's on you.
Come on. Can't you, like, Falcon fans and Braves fans, let's have like a luau where Falcon fans, you can get some of that positivity and positive projections that Braves fans are making right now about our terrible starting pitching.
That's exactly right.
And you can take some of that and talk about what Desmond Ridder and this offense is going to do, and more importantly, how great this defense looks. I guess it's going to take them seeing in week 1 against Bryce, but there's a lot of good things out there, and guys are starting to recognize it around the country.
Yeah, Tua saying about the Falcons defense, I just got to give them credit. They looked really good. They executed defensive-wise for the most part. I just got to give them props. That's a positive coming from another starting quarterback in the NFL. And for whatever you think about Tua, when he was on the field last year, they won. Highest winning percentage of any other quarterback when he was on the field and played 4 quarters. Problem was, Mike, there were a few games where he didn't play 4 quarters, and so you have your reservations. But the fact is, he's given our Falcons defense props. I love that when you talk about the money that we spent. So that is something that we're going to get into and talk about. But Cameron Wolfe kind of broke down what he thought about Ridder, the defense, and much more. It's on the way in 15 minutes.
Also today, we talked about this in Guy Talk. There's a new book that comes out from a professional gambler who alleges that Phil Mickelson asked him to place a $400,000 bet on the 2012 Ryder Cup, in which Phil was participating with Team USA, and that Phil was basically dissuaded by this guy. He talked him out of it. Just about a minute ago, Carl, as we came back from commercial, Phil Mickelson goes on Twitter, and he writes, "I never bet on the Ryder Cup. While it's well known that I always enjoy a friendly wager on the course, I would never undermine the integrity of the game. I've also been very open about my gambling addiction. I previously conveyed my remorse, took responsibility, etc."
Yeah, I mean, Bob Herrick, I guess Herrick got an interview with him because remember Bob, if you don't remember, Bob writes for Sports Illustrated. Right. Yeah, he wrote a book on Tiger and Phil. He's got a great relationship with him, so I'm sure he reached out, Mike, and he had a quote from him earlier, but now Phil's taken it into his own hands.
Yeah.
What do you think about when guys do this? Like, there is a sense of, hey, I need to defend myself, and in this day and age, you can do that on your own social media if you want to do it. But also, do you think that there's a little bit of, okay, well, why are you out here doing all of this? If you didn't do anything, you didn't do anything. Do you need to say this? Do you have to defend yourself?
Well, I mean, when you consider the source, now, again, you talked about who wrote this book. Guy's name is Billy Walters. He's a pretty famous gambler. And some would say there's an axe to grind, because when he got nailed for insider trading in 2017, he said Phil could have basically done him a solid and told the FBI that he was not receiving inside information. Phil did not get involved, or at least cut a deal. That's what he's intimating.
So you're saying payback?
Yeah. So it sounds like, but, and again, we said this earlier, just like when, Wilt the Stilt says he had 20,000 women. It's a nice round number. It generated incredible publicity at the time in the late 80s. In this case, to say that Phil gambled more than $1 billion on pro sports.
Yeah.
That's a headline grabber that sells some books. So, Phil's admitted he's got a gambling addiction. He said he's in a better place right now, but this guy's trying to sell some books. But it's some pretty interesting stuff that he's alleging out there.
No, it is. And by the way, I've said this, or maybe I haven't. I believe the Wilt number because, again, he was with a different woman every night, according to some guys that were at those parties. That's a lot, Mike. But either way,
in the biography, the documentary, if you hadn't a chance to see it, it's called Goliath. And I learned.
You said it's good.
You know what you and me always say? Because Carl and I, we love nonfiction books, we love biographies. And this one learned a lot because I never understood what Wilt was all about. My dad always said, anybody else, Bill Russell would have put, what Willis Reed on his butt. And you learn more about the guy and the perception of he couldn't win the big one. It's amazing stuff. And it's a lot. There's multi-layers on this, but it's a fascinating bio if you got Showtime.
All right, check it out, guys. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We've got a few other things we need to get to, including what Georgia's coaches are talking about. Todd Hartley, he is the tight ends coach. He was talking about Mike Bobo today. Glenn Schumann was talking about the defense. And we heard from Mike Bobo. And I think it's important because Dog fans, this is a transition. Whether you feel it or not, whether you think it is, Todd Monken's gone. So the guy that was the architect behind these offenses, Mike, the last few years and made Stetson Bennett great. Okay, say what you want. Bennett was really good. But the scheme also helped, and I think now there's some pressure on can Bobo do what we just saw.
Well, it's so funny because didn't you and I say once on this radio show during last season, throw the ball, let's get deep, let's get vertical.
Let's go.
And then didn't one Monken say that?
He came out the next press conference. It was literally like the next week going, I'd love to throw the ball every day and every time we have the ball, but you got to have balance.
Well, it's funny now because for those who remember Mike Bobo, there was always, I remember people calling in our show when I was working with Paulie, why aren't we running the damn ball? So, and with our show too. So now it's going to be very interesting to see how much has he learned from his experience, outside a Georgia program, running his own program, coming back, working with Todd Monken. Look, if you're going to be able to run the football, and the running backs are a little banged up, you still got the best offensive line in college.
Yes, he does.
So it'll be interesting. But the folks that are still glass half empty on Bobo are going to be, the knives will be out if they struggle offensively.
Yeah, and I've said this. I just want to be clear where I stand. I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not looking at 2014 Todd Bobo. I am going to look at 2023 and where he's at and how he's matured as a coach. Here's what Todd Hartley said. He's a tight ends coach, guys, a great recruiter as well, talking about how much is going to change with Bobo at the helm.
I don't think much is going to change. I mean, we've been very successful on offense the last couple of years here, and it's our job to continue to find ways to be explosive, find ways to protect the football, and put ourselves in best position to win the football game. I think Coach Bobo understands what Coach Smart wants. Okay, whether that's Monken calling the plays or Bobo calling the plays, Coach Smart wants it one way, and that's the way we're going to do it.
Now, I said Todd Monken or Todd
Bobo, but Bobo. Yeah, I know what you meant.
Todd Hartley is the tight ends coach. Mike Bobo is the OC. He says what Coach wants. He's insinuating there, Mike, that maybe Kirby's in on this more than what we give him credit for. Remember, Monken dispelled this last year and was like, he lets me call when I want to call.
We always felt there was a degree of governors being on the offense, right?
Yes.
And Kirby, just like Saban, would prefer to, keep it, limit the turnovers and just high percentage stuff. But it's at the end of the day, if you're at that level, at some point you got to air it out.
You got to let it go.
And that's what was so interesting when they were playing Alabama after the forward pass, fumble, non-fumble, how they came right back to Stetson Bennett and he throws,
beautiful.
What a Georgia fan always says whenever it's San Francisco, throw the bomb. They did. So I think with Bobo, I think it's going to, again, maybe it's old news, but it's just real quick, because we've talked about this a lot. It's because the Rick teams weren't as good as Kirby's teams. Kirby's teams are at a completely another level than Mark Richt's best team. The best team Mark Richt fielded was the 2012 team that got beat by Alabama in the SEC championship.
Yeah.
And Kirby's teams are much more complete, have more depth, better coach, better execution, less mistakes. So when Bobo sometimes became the bad guy because the margin for error was so slim.
Yeah, and now looking back, it's kind of unfair, to be honest with you. It was really about the head coach, and this is why, the great ones, okay, they've got their finger on everything. You can't say, hey, we're a good team, but our special teams is not any good. That's the head coach's fault. You can't say the offense is really great, but the defense, hey, they're not that good. That's the head coach. You have to have your finger on everything, Mike, and I think Kirby has the pulse. Here's Glenn Schumann, guys, defensive coordinator, talking about what kind of defense matters at Georgia, because I think defensively they're going to be as good as they were last year.
We have to be accountable to that and demand that we do better the next day. We chart things in terms of individual measures of things that really matter to playing great defense. The effort that you play with, you have to out-hustle people ultimately to play defense. the physicality you play with. You have to out-hit people to play defense at a high level. And your competitive nature, we were talking about earlier, you have to out-compete people. So the number one way we're going to uphold the standard, because schemes change year to year based on who your best 11 players are, best 15 players are, whatever it is, we're going to measure, did we out-hit people? Did we out-hustle people? Did we out-compete people? And if we do that, you're successful playing defense at just about any level of football.
That's what's important.
Right.
And I think their flexibility, first they've got guys that have been there. Muschamp, Schumann, they're good. They're going to be fine. It's the flexibility of understanding, hey, who are our best players and how do we get them in position to be successful? Mike, as we were talking about college football, you mentioned the Chip Kelly comments.
Yeah, Chip Kelly basically saying that, it's a pretty simple way to do this. Let's make everybody like Notre Dame. Forget about the conference affiliations seem ridiculous now when the Pac-12 teams are playing the Big Ten and you're considering bringing SMU and Cal and Stanford in the ACC. Why not make everybody independent? And that way you can do what you want, and the Big 50 will be the Big 50 and kick butt.
Notre Dame is an independent in football, but they're in a conference for everything else. Why aren't we all independent for football? And take the 64 teams in Power 5, make that one division. Take the 64 teams in Group of 5, make that another division. We play for a championship. They play for a championship. No one else gets affected. Our sport's different than everybody else. We only play once a week. Travel's not a big deal for football, but it is a big deal for other sports.
Now, he makes that sound very simple. Sometimes we make things too complicated.
No, I mean, you would require, first off, you've got existing TV contracts. We understand there's a lot of, moving parts that would have to occur. But for years, I was saying to you, this is where we're heading anyway. It makes no sense to have these conferences when the conference the geography's gone out the window, rivalry's gone out the window. At least under that model, you could still schedule, if you're one of those big boys, your old school rival. Oregon could schedule an Oregon State. Georgia could still play Tech. And if you want to play as a team from the subdivision, you can.
True.
And you're still going to there'll still be some kind of a body that'll be, I would imagine, some kind of playoff committee or whatever would exist. It's not, you're right, it's not that complicated. And it's where we're going anyway. And let's be honest. I know if you grew up with a team that, is on the cusp of the top 40 or 50, like you're a Kansas State fan, you're never winning a national championship. Forget it. Forget about it. You know what I mean? It's over. Tulane, you're never winning a natty, so let's get on with our lives. And there's the same, as I always say to you, the same top 25 or 35 always come in and out.
As we're talking about things that have happened today, if you're just joining us, Braves lose to the Pirates. We just had a great conversation with Grant McCauley today. Mike, 7-5. Pirates come from behind to win. It was really about Elder. And to me, it's like before the All-Star break, after the All-Star break. The before with Bryce Elder was like, man, this is great. Look at what he's doing. He's having a great year. And then after the All-Star break, it's been like, okay, what's going on with Bryce Elder? I don't know, but all these starting pitchers on this staff right now are either going through something or struggling in one way or another. And when you're not getting good quality starts from your starters and you put the bullpen, the pressure on the bullpen as we did today, it becomes an issue, So Jimenez came in, Brad Hand came in. Hand gave up 2 runs, Mike, when he came in. Tonkin came in through an inning. He was fine. But, again, the bullpen fails you when you had a lead and then you blow it.
Yep, and I just had a tech fan. I guess we should fire Alex. No, Alex is a fantastic general manager. I don't know. For some reason, now Grant kind of sidestepped the question and took it to, you can only spend $100 million on pitching, but there was pitching to be had at the trade deadline, and for some reason, we don't take on pitching contracts. We take on guys like Drew Smiley. We take on guys like, who was it? Odorizzi last year.
Yeah.
Gosman. For some reason, we never go heavy. And I think there's, there's the Justin Verlanders of the world. And I'm not asking to do that. But why didn't we invest in starting pitching? You're telling me for a fact that Wright's going to be good to go. And now all of a sudden, Elder is leaking. So all of a sudden, it's starting to sound like we're setting ourselves up for another 2022. Hope I'm wrong, but everyone just kind of expects, Carl, it's going to be softball, even when you're playing the elite teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the biggest number that we looked at today was our starting pitchers' ERA. It's gone way above what it should, Mike.
Yeah.
Over 6.
Yeah, starting pitching is really struggling right now. And look, it wasn't like Fried was giving up home runs. It was a bunch of tiny little cuts. Arcia kind of botched a play last night that could have gotten him out of the inning sooner. But the optics on the pitching right now is pretty rough. And there were better options for us at the deadline, but for whatever reason, they did not explore.
All right, guys. Falcons tomorrow against the Dolphins. Cameron Wolfe stopped by the show, NFL Network, to talk about what he's been seeing. He was at our practices last week when Mike and I were up there at Flowery Branch. He was at Miami's practices, should I say, and then he was at the joint practices. Hear what he has to say about the Falcons coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. checking out our Falcons. And then he got a chance to be down there in Miami because he was actually down there, I think, before he came up to see the Falcons. And then these two teams practiced over the last couple of days. And Mike, he joins us on the WadeFord.com hotline. And it's good to have you on, Cameron. I saw your tweets, man. And listen, it's positive to hear from people who don't, cover this team on a local basis. And you're one of the guys who are saying, hey, you've been impressed with what you've seen. Tell us what you think about this team and what you've seen.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is, you go into joint practices with some sort of preconceived notion. And I think a lot of the notion that I had and a lot of people had is that you look at the speed the Dolphins have on offense and they're going to have their way with the Falcons defense. And it was not that case. And I think the biggest takeaway for me, and I tweeted this, is that this Falcons defense is not the Falcons defense of old. Terry Fontenot, Ryan Nielsen, Arthur Smith have really did a good job of rebuilding this group. They finally had some money to spend, and I think it's showing. The DBs did not look overwhelmed by Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle's speed. In fact, they won a lot of reps. And that defensive front, there was the couple of days they had out there, they were winning a lot of those battles against the Dolphins' offensive line. They look like the more physical team in the trenches. And look, it's just 2 days of practice. So I don't want to overreact and say you're going to the Super Bowl, Falcons fans. But I do think that's encouraging for a team that, has been the worst pass rush team in the league the last 2 years. Right. And for a team that, honestly, their defense has been, one of the bottom teams in the league too. So I think that side of the ball, it looks like, at least from my eyes at this stage of the offseason, that is going to be significantly improved upon from last season. And to me, that's a good start for this team.
Yeah, man, there were really big names as far as edge rushers. We went and got Calais Campbell and Bud Dupree. Obviously, we'll be lucky, if they can pop for us in 1 year. But we're just happy that we've, got some dudes who can get guys on the ground. And I guess, Cameron, the big question is, are the guys we drafted going to pop? We've got Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State, second rounder. We picked up Caden Ellis and Anyamata. We stole dudes from the Saints. So we've got depth, and we've got guys who can really get after it, we think.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned it, the depth. A lot of times when you have multiple players, you mentioned some of those guys there. David Anyamata is another guy who they picked up from the Saints who brings that pressure inside. And then don't forget about Grady Jarrett. He's been the guy here for a while. It's a lot easier when you're not double-teamed every play. If you're not the only guy on the line that matters, now you have one-on-one opportunities, and all of a sudden you can be the dominant player consistently that a lot of Falcons fans know he is. And so I think overall it may not be the one name that stands out. Maybe it's the collection of talent and depth of the guys you mentioned, even some guys you don't mention. When you're 6 or 7 deep on your front seven of guys who can win one-on-one matchups, that allows you the ability to get those one-on-one matchups rather than double teams. And so I think that's the biggest thing you'll see. I don't know that there's a 12-plus sack guy on this roster, but I do think that you're going to have a collection of dudes who get 6 to 8 sacks that I think add up to a group that, maybe you don't jump to the top 10, but to me, if the Falcons jump from 31st to middle of the pack, I think that's a big jump that they would take.
We're talking with Cameron Wolfe, guys. You watch him on NFL Network. He was down there checking out our squad, the Falcons, and, of course, the Dolphins. They play the first preseason game tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 5 o'clock pregame, kicks at 7. Cameron, what's your thoughts on Desmond Ridder? My thing, as I've seen him at camp, has been the hesitation, okay? Some of that is, your situational football. You're doing certain things. You're working on things. Then there are other times where it's 11 on 11 or 7 on 7, and I'm going, hey, pull! Let that thing go, and I need to see more of that. What are your interpretations of what you've seen from Ridder?
Yeah, he's been up and down. I'm going to give you guys the real. I think there's some days I've been in practice where he's been really inaccurate consistently. He's been having some plays where he's been making some really good throws, and I'm like, okay, I can see what Arthur Smith loves about this dude. And some other days, and I'm like, why did he miss that pass, right? And so I want to see a little bit more consistency from him. In that perspective, I do think you're on the money with I think one thing they really want him to do is take those deep shots a little bit more and really test the defense with the length and not just say, hey, we're going short and intermediate, because that's one area where I have seen him have some success. When he gets flowing in a 2-minute drill, when he gets flowing in 11 on 11s, he gets pretty good passes on the intermediate and short passes. It's typically when he has to unload a little bit where you see that hesitancy that you mentioned. But here's the thing I would say with Desmond Ridder. I don't think you need him to be a top 10 quarterback. You definitely don't need him to be Patrick Mahomes. The comp that I've been telling people is if you look at Ryan Tannehill and what he was at 2019 and 2020 under Arthur Smith in Tennessee, I think that's the goal that you want, at least at this early young stage of Desmond Ridder. That Tannehill was efficient. He was really good off play action, and he allowed his playmakers to eat. And I think that's really what you want with Desmond Ridder. Just get the ball to Drake, get the ball to Kyle, get the ball to Bijan. If you're somewhere in the 65% accuracy mark, you don't have to throw for 4,000 yards for this team to win an NFC South. And so I think expectations, if you have that mindset, then I think Desmond Ridder is reasonable for him to get there. But I will say I do need to see him more, which is why I know Arthur Smith hasn't made the call, but I would love to see him tomorrow in the preseason. I would love to see him get those reps against NFL defenses to see if it helps him with a little bit more reps and experience.
We're on the same page, man. Cameron Wilson with us from NFL Network, and that's the thing, Cam, because we got some folks that are still on the fence because either they wanted Bryce Young or the Lamar Jackson thing, which was obviously pie in the sky, but it was still a hell of a conversation for obvious reasons here in Atlanta. But you're right; it's the same things that Carl and I say. It's not that he's not bad or you want something that pops. And that's why I'd love to see him give an opportunity, especially because he only played 4 games. If he only plays like 2 series against Miami on Friday, is that going to be enough? And how do you handle it in the preseason nowadays with just 3 games?
Yeah, it's a balance because, guys, the worst fear for coaches is that you get somebody hurt. Arthur Smith's thinking, man, if we hold the guy out to the second quarter, what if somebody rolls up on my quarterback's knees and there's my season, right? So, but the whole idea is you got every game of the season that you have that worry. I'm not a coach. So maybe I'm a little bit more risky, but to me, I don't coach out of fear. I say, hey, I need to see more, and it's based on your own gauge, right? A lot of coaches will see joint practices and say, I've seen enough. And if Arthur Smith doesn't start Desmond Ridder tomorrow, I guarantee you his thought is going to be, hey, we got enough work out of Miami and joint practices that we saw enough, right? But for me, I have a little bit more of unknown with Desmond. Maybe they know a little bit more than me. From what I've seen, I want to see more. I want to see him with Kyle Pitts more. I still have some questions about their chemistry. I haven't seen enough of Kyle Pitts and Desmond Ridder and heavy 11-11 drills to know, are they comfortable together? Same with Drake London and Bijan within this offense. And so, of course, you have next week. This is just the first preseason game, and so I expect Desmond to play for sure next week. But to me, this is an opportunity to maximize those reps. And I don't really see as much of a negative to see Desmond Ridder for the first quarter, the first quarter and a half, heck, even the first half, if things don't go as well as you want early on.
Kim, you've covered the Dolphins as well. He's going to be all over the place, guys, in the Southeast throughout the course of the season, and you'll be checking him out on NFL Network. What do you make of where they're at with Mike McDaniel? The O-line, is it any good? I think there are a lot more questions than what we thought with the Dolphins, even though the personnel on paper looks really good.
Yeah, the Dolphins are interesting because, and I'm actually in Charlotte because I was doing joint practices, Jets and Panthers after this, but I feel like maybe 25 of the 32 teams in the league have questions about their offensive line. Fortunately for Atlanta, I think the Falcons may be one of those 7 to 10 teams who don't. They have a really good offensive line, and I don't think there's much question marks there. But the Dolphins, their offensive line was a question last year, and I think it's even more of a question this year. Their left guard has been a kind of revolving competition throughout camp. Liam Eichenberg is the guy they want to win that job, but Isaiah Wynn's been playing a lot there. And then as far as right tackle, Austin Jackson's another young player they drafted in the first round a couple years ago who just hasn't really showed up to his draft potential yet. And so there's a couple spots there where I'm concerned, and especially when you have a quarterback like Tua where the complete onus for this offense is keeping him healthy. Not having an offensive line you feel great about is not what you want to hear. So here's what I would say about that offense, though. When they were healthy, they were a top 3 offense in football, particularly with the passing attack. And so I'm not as concerned with them as far as being able to make plays and get yards as much as can you keep the quarterback healthy. Because I think when they say hike, I think they're a fast twitch, timing-based offense. Two is going to be a lot of 3-step drops. And you got Tyreek and Waddle, who, even though the Falcons did play well in joint practices, nobody could cover Tyreek, and nobody across the league is going to be able to cover that speed. They feel like they can hide some of their issues. And so I'm less concerned about the big playability and more about can you keep your quarterback upright.
Only got a few minutes left with Cameron Wolf, guys, from NFL Network. Just real quick, in our division, is it a total toss-up between us and the Saints? I mean, we don't think as highly of Derek Carr as some other folks in the media do.
Yeah, I think it is wide open. I think I told you guys last time I was here, if I was projecting, I would say that I think Atlanta and Carolina battle for this division. I'm high on both of those teams in there. I know the Saints are the quote-unquote betting favorite, but I think they lost a lot of talent in the defensive front, particularly. Half of those guys went to Atlanta. And so you look at that defensive group, and that's been the strength of the team. I'm not sure how good that defense is. And then they have some question marks on offense. You know, Michael Thomas hasn't been healthy in 2 years. Alvin Kamara is suspended for the first few games of the season. And then Derek Carr is coming into a new offense. And so, to me, I think it's a three-man race. I don't think Tampa has much of a chance to win with their quarterback play. But I can see any of those three teams win a division. And honestly, I think it'll be a better division than it was last year. So I don't know that 8-9 gets it done this year. You might have to get 9-8 or 10-7 to get that division title.
National NFL reporter with the NFL Network. He's doing work. Cameron Wolf, appreciate you, bro, for stopping by. Great stuff. We look forward to talking with you down the road.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, fellas. Have a great one.
Cool, man.
Good stuff from Cameron about the Falcons, guys. We got to get to last call tonight. It's pretty fun. Unfortunately, we lost somebody today. Not us, but the world lost the voice of Boomhauer. Mike talked about it. Johnny Hardwick at age 64. Who's the best animated cartoon character of all time? All right? We could say adult, but I want to leave it wide open for everybody, all right?
Yeah, I mean, you and I were the huge fan. I'm such a big fan of the guys down the street on William Street and the Turner folks. Adult Swim's my favorite. Rick and Morty, man, that thing went south. The original creator of Rick and Morty kind of went over the top, over the edge. And so, won't see him no more. But I love Rick and Morty. I'll go with Rick because I just Morty. He's the absolute best. Rick and Morty. Take your pick, but that's my current personal fave. When you were a kid, what was your one?
Well, no, I was going to say when South Park, man, came out, I watched South Park all the time, and I used to have drops and stuff on my shows with South Park because I loved Cartman. It was just a fun show, and it was different. Respect my authority. It was just fun, but there are no wrong answers. All right. The voice of Boomhauer gone at the age of 64. Who is the best animated cartoon character of all time? Again, no wrong answers tonight. You can hit us up at 404-726-0929. Maybe you think it's Dora the Explorer. Oh, wow. I don't know. You tell us. It's Dukes and Bell.
go.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
We lost the voice of Boomhauer. Great show, by the way. Henry Hill. He was 64 years old.
Damn it, Bobby.
His name is Johnny Hardwick. And we're asking you today, best animated cartoon character of all time. We played a soundbite earlier, Boomhauer, and it was just so perfect.
He was explaining the butterfly.
It was so perfect. All right, there are no wrong answers. If you want to go with an adult, okay, animated cartoon character, you can. Obviously, Peter Griffin. Or you can go with, I don't know, Snoop and Charlie Brown. Whatever you think, all right?
Charlie Brown, you blockhead.
I read all the Peanuts books when I was a kid.
I still watch during the holidays.
Right.
Okay. Charlie Brown Christmas.
Right.
Thanksgiving.
Linus has a poor little tree he got.
Every year,
right.
we watch it. It's just one of those things that we started doing when Trent was little, and we just do it, and it's fun, and it kind of takes you back every year. All right, let's start with JT on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. JT, hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
This might be a dark horse candidate, but Bender from Futurama.
Very good.
Futurama.
I like Futurama,
I do too.
I get a kick out of it.
Yeah, that's good. Tevin, what is the best animated cartoon character of all time?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Everybody. I got to go with Huey and Riley Freeman from the Boondocks, voiced by the great Regina King.
Good pull.
I was to find out that she was a great voice, or a great voice actor. So, gotta go with her. Gotta go with them.
All right, man.
Got trouble.
Good call.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Boondocks, great. Unbelievable. He's right about that. And
by the way, Regina King, how great was she when they did the Watchmen on HBO a couple years ago?
You know what I thought? Are they coming back? What happened? It went away?
It was so, honestly, it was so well done.
It was great.
And they wrapped it up so perfectly. I just don't know where you take it from there. It was, sometimes less is more. They had the perfect run. That show was great.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. Let's go to Les on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Les, who is or what is the best animated cartoon character of all time?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, I got to go with the donkey from Shrek. Eddie Murphy, man. Got to go with it 100%.
Hey, Donkey made Shrek, man.
Oh, it's the best. We were just talking about the other day when Shrek, when he's on The Most Wanted, like their version of Cops. And Puss in Boots and the Catnip. That's not mine.
That's not mine.
That just makes me laugh.
No,
anyway,
no.
and again, Puss in Boots is so hysterical too.
Oh man, Eddie Murphy crushed that.
Oh man,
he crushed that. Let's talk.
Donkey.
Yeah, exactly. Swede, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, Swede.
Hey, man, I hope I'm understanding this the right way, but as far as animated cartoon characters, I got to go with Bugs Bunny,
right?
Tom and Jerry, and Woody Woodpecker. I'm showing my age, but those three are memorable. Anyway, appreciate the show, guys.
No,
Thanks.
to this day, my favorite Bugs Bunny is the one where he's at the dog track and he falls in love with the electrical rabbit, and the rabbit's on the rail, and remember she goes flying by. Hey, Dreamboat, you and me make some beautiful music together. That's again, those things, as we always talk about, the Looney Tunes and Warner Brothers worked on two levels, for the adults and the kids.
It did. Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. Did you watch Flintstones?
Yeah. Oh, dude, my favorite episode when they had the Bedrock 500. Goggles Paisano. The race car driver was Goggles Paisano.
Awesome. Yeah, listen, Sweet, there are no wrong answers.
Right.
We said best adult or best animated cartoon character. If you're wondering why, guys, we lost the voice of Boomhauer.
Right.
His name again, Johnny Hardwick at age 64. Memorable character. This guy played his voice will synonymously be associated with that character, man. Let's grab Carl. Carl, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Carl, man. How y'all doing?
Hey, man. What's going on?
Listen, I think, honestly, we got to pay respect to John Witherspoon and the cast of Boondocks, man. I don't know if it gets any darker or better than that, man.
For sure.
Thanks for the call.
Second Boondocks reference.
No, he's right about that. And if you hadn't watched or not up on that, you need to check it out. Rishi, is that right, Chris? Rishi is on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man. Hey, man.
Hey, I have two characters. One of them is from the show you just mentioned, King of the Hill. I really love Bobby. When Bobby gets hurt, learn self-defense. That's not my first. I don't know you. One of the best Best lines ever. And then in terms of character that I think is just great, it's Homer Simpson from The Simpsons. Who can't not love Homer?
He's trying to play golf. Open face club sandwich. By the way, I don't know if you remember this one. The great one of my favorite King of the Hill is the one where they're at the car show and they actually have real Dale Earnhardt voices it. Because Bobby, they're looking at this amazing souped up car and there's a velvet rope around it. And Dale's, hey Bobby, isn't that something? He goes, yeah, it's soft. And he's holding the velvet rope. He's not looking at the car. And then later on, Dale Earnhardt's there. He goes, ain't she something, Dale? He goes, yeah, this rope is really soft and smooth. Anyway.
I'll say this too. He was talking about The Simpsons. Show's been on for what, 35 years? Is it 40 years now?
It's amazing when you think about it.
It's amazing, and it's still on. Like you can watch The Simpsons this weekend. It's crazy.
I always think of Mayor Quimby. Vote early, vote often, vote Quimby.
Let's grab one more. Alexander, what is the best animated cartoon character of all time, Alexander?
Oh, it's got to be a duo, Timon and Pumbaa. Because when they came out with No Worries, caught fire, and still to this day, Hakuna Matata.
Right on.
Hakuna Matata. It is hot. It still works. By the way, love The Lion King, man.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Love The Lion King. What's going on, John Chuckery? How are you doing today, man?
I'm good. So last day of the week, we'll do a lot of Falcons previewing because we got D-Led coming on. And
hey, John!
We get everything set up and ready. And Bob Nightingale will join us. We'll talk some Braves. Mike and I were having a good discussion out there because
I heard y'all yelling. What was the yelling about? I heard y'all
agreeing.
I mean, look, we're just, with the worst ERA in baseball since the All-Star break. That's all. I mean, just, hey, it's no big deal.
Is it going to catch up to us, though?
I do have concerns about Elder. I don't have concerns about Strider. I don't have concerns about Morton, but I do have concerns about Elder because his regression is drastic. Like the first 3 months of the year, he was a 193 ERA.
He's untouchable.
Pitcher.
Right now he's over 10 for the month.
He's been over in his last 11 starts, last 12 starts. His ERA is almost 6.
I feel like I ruined it for when I was down there that game at Tropicana Field. That's where the wheels kind of came off. My fault. No, but hypothetically, if you get into
the one before the All-Star break,
that was where kind of started the wobble began. Because last year you had Morton and you had Fried, who was sick, and you had Strider at 60%. And so now you go. My thing is, I just look if Wright comes in and throwing darts, okay. Then you feel better about it, but the bullpen is still not as good as it was 2 years ago.
There can't be any excuses. Can't be any excuse about health or whatever. Can't be any excuse.
You can't squander the best. Good. Yeah, the best lineup in the show.
Yep, I agree wholeheartedly.
Told y'all were yelling out there.
No, we were agreement. This was yelling in agreement.
I heard the door close, and all I heard was "You're right."
Well, listen, I'll leave you with the best animated character.
Yeah.
Foghorn Leghorn. And in the words of Foghorn Leghorn, I said, the boy's got the ambition, he just ain't got the know-how.
I say, what's the big idea bashing me on the noggin with a rolling pin?
Voiced by Tony Barnhart.
Yeah, we didn't know that. All right, John Tuckery's coming up. Let's get out of here, Day. Clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to Tony Gwynn Jr. stopping by the show. All the interviews online at Odyssey.com. Grant McCauley as well. And we had a great conversation with Cameron Wolfe, which you heard here earlier this hour. Tomorrow, guys, shortened show for us because the Falcons pregame starts at 5. But we're going to have John Smoltz on in the 2 o'clock hour.
Very cool.
We will talk to him about all this stuff we are wondering about at 2:20 tomorrow. Steve Koonin also will make his weekly visit, but we move him up, guys, to 4:20 instead of 4:40 tomorrow. So Mike and I can tell you what we think about this first preseason game. Make sure you're here starting at 2 o'clock. Hey, Day, great job. As always, Big Bo behind the glass. You guys do a great job. Turtle executive producing. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, more Iowa State and Iowa players charged in the sports betting investigation by the authorities in Iowa. Yeah, man, 4 Iowa State football players, 3 from the Hawkeyes been charged in the state's investigation, sports wagering. Several players placed bets on games in which they played. This is the worst-case scenario, and obviously the Iowa State quarterback, you won't see him anymore, and now he's obviously put a blemish on any chance of getting to the pros. It's the worst-case scenario, and that's why the NFL comes down like a ton of bricks on guys who gamble, even though people still can't get their head around the fact that it's legal and they're partners. You still can't have the players involved betting on games they're playing in.
The reports out there, Mike was talking about it earlier, Phil Mickelson. Did he gamble? Did he not gamble? Did he gamble on the Ryder Cup? Did he not gamble? He's defending himself. Here's my issue. I want to believe him, but I'm having a hard time believing him. Mike, if this is even remotely true, that he gambled upwards of $1 billion?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can believe you, Phil. I'm just saying. I hope it's not true, and I hope you didn't infringe on the integrity of the game. But I don't know. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you also bet on the Ryder Cup. They lost in 2012.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.